There are places on Earth so hidden, so unreachable, the very names sound like whispers from forgotten dreams. Places no map can guide you to, where time seems to stand still, and silence carries more meaning than words ever could. Some are locked away by governments, wrapped in secrecy and silence. Others are protected by nature itself, fierce storms, untouched islands, or lands where no footsteps have echoed for centuries. But why are we not allowed to go there? What makes a mountain, an island, or a single quiet room so important that no one is allowed to see it? Is it protection, or something more? Could these places hold lost history, unknown truths, or just the kind of wonder too delicate to survive our curiosity? Tonight, we'll walk quietly through 30 such places. You won't need a passport. You won't need to rush. Just let your mind drift gently, like mist curling over ancient stone. Settle in, slow your breath, and follow the quiet path into history's deepest and most hidden corners, where the world's secrets sleep. North Sentinel Island, tucked away in the Andaman Sea. North Sentinel Island stands alone, quiet, mysterious, and untouched by time. There are no roads leading in, no ports welcoming visitors, and no phone signals bouncing across its dense forests. It is one of the last truly isolated places on Earth, and perhaps one of the most puzzling. What makes this island so unique isn't just its natural beauty, but the people who live there, the Sentinelese, a community that has remained separate from the rest of the world for thousands of years. While satellites and ships have mapped nearly every inch of our planet, this small piece of land has stayed hidden, both physically and culturally. From afar, the island looks peaceful. Palm trees sway gently in the sea breeze, soft waves lap against the shore, and birds glide silently overhead. But beyond that shoreline lies a world few have ever seen and none have truly understood. The people of North Sentinel Island have no written language that we know of. No schools, no hospitals, no internet. Their world is shaped by nature, by the rising sun, the falling rain, and the rhythm of the seasons. Their tools are made by hand. Their food is gathered from the land and the sea. And their stories are shared not through screens or books, but through voices, gestures, and memories passed down generation by generation. Efforts to reach them have been rare and mostly unsuccessful. In the past, ships that strayed too close were warned away, not with anger, but with determination. This isn't hostility, it's protection. For centuries, they have chosen to live without contact. It's not because they're unaware of the outside world. It's because they've seen enough to know they don't need it. The few encounters that have occurred show a people deeply rooted in their own values and traditions. Their decision to remain isolated isn't just a mystery, it's a message. A reminder that not all knowledge comes from books, not all progress comes from technology, and not all stories need to be told to be meaningful. Even today, governments and researchers respect this boundary. Laws have been created to protect the island and its people, not just from harm, but from the uninvited curiosity of outsiders. This protection is not about keeping us out, about letting them stay in, preserving something rare in our increasingly connected world. In a sense, North Sentinel Island represents the last chapter of untouched humanity, a place where the old ways still live, not in ruins or records, but in daily life. As you rest and listen, picture a calm beach without footprints, a forest without noise, and a sky free of drones or planes. Imagine a life measured not in likes or hours, but in seasons and sunrises. There is no electricity here, but there is warmth. There is no currency, but there is value in every shared meal and spoken word. In our busy world, filled with alerts, deadlines, and never-ending noise, this island offers a kind of peace most have forgotten. And maybe that's why it fascinates us so deeply, not because it holds answers, but because it dares to exist without asking our permission. It reminds us that life can be lived differently, that silence can be sacred, that mystery can be gentle. As the wind rustles, the trees and the waves roll in, North Sentinel Island continues its quiet rhythm, untouched by the chaos of progress. Not frozen in time, but moving to a beat entirely its own. A beat that speaks not in words, but in whispers, reminding us that even in a world of constant connection, some stories are best left quietly unfolding, just out of reach. Let this gentle thought accompany you now, as your own world settles into stillness, and your mind drifts softly into sleep. Svalbard Global Seed Vault, nestled deep within the permafrost of a remote Norwegian archipelago, lies a silent guardian of our planet's agricultural heritage. The Svalbard Global Seed Vault, an unassuming fortress hewn from solid rock, where time moves slowly and seeds sleep beneath layers of ice, waiting patiently to awaken life's endless tapestry, constructed on a windswept mountain slope overlooking the Arctic Ocean. This vault is more than a chamber of steel doors and frozen corridors. It is a bridge between past and future, where tiny kernels of wheat, rice, maize, and countless heirloom varieties lie in vigil, safeguarded against the uncertainty of our changing world. Imagine standing before the vault's unmarked entrance, feeling the frigid breeze whisper tales of distant farmlands and ancient harvests, as if the winds themselves carry memories of the countless hands that once sowed these seeds. Inside, in cavernous rooms kept at a steady -18 degrees Celsius, each package of seeds represents a story of human ingenuity. The farmer who nurtured a rare apple tree centuries ago, the community that preserved drought-resilient grains through generations, and the scientist who catalogued plants from remote corners of the earth. In this vast underground library of life, the silence is profound, broken only by the faint hum of refrigeration systems and the soft crunch of footsteps on icy floors. Yet within that hush lies hope, a quiet promise that should civilization face calamities of climate change, natural disasters, or unforeseen global crises, these seeds will remain unspoiled, ready to rekindle fields and feed communities anew. The vault's guardians, a small team of dedicated stewards, travel here only occasionally, often in the bleak midwinter, when darkness reigns for weeks and the aurora borealis paints the sky with ghostly ribbons of light. They arrive by snowmobile or boat, carrying new seed samples collected from the corners of every continent, carefully logged and placed into cold storage alongside the vault's existing treasures. Each contribution follows strict protocols: moisture levels measured, seed viability tested, and detailed records maintained in an international database that transcends political boundaries. In times of peace and in times of upheaval, the seed vault stands as an emblem of global cooperation, reminding us that despite our differences, we share a common need for sustenance and survival. There is something deeply comforting in the knowledge that beneath that remote mountain, a global insurance policy sleeps, awaiting the day when its bounty may be called upon to restore lost diversity. And as one imagines the world above, of golden wheat swaying in the summer sun, rows of vibrant corn stretching toward the horizon, ancient beans climbing trellises in small village gardens, the seed vault becomes a silent partner in those living landscapes, an unseen ally working tirelessly to preserve the fragile threads of Earth's agricultural heritage. In the hush of the vault's chambers, one cannot help but feel a gentle reassurance that in this steady, watchful place, the essence of countless harvests endures, cradled by ice and stone, a testament to humanity's shared responsibility to nurture and protect the delicate web of life that sustains us all. Area 51, the land of shadows and secrets, tucked away in the arid expanse of the Nevada desert, where the earth stretches endlessly beneath a boundless sky and winds carry the whispers of things long unspoken, lies a place that exists both on maps and in Mytholand, formerly known as Groom Lake, but far more famously recognized as Area 51. This remote military installation, situated approximately 83 miles north-northwest of Las Vegas, has become one of the most enigmatic and persistently curious locations in modern history, with a perimeter marked by warning signs, motion sensors, and quiet patrols rather than towering fences or watchtowers. Area 51 has come to symbolize the very essence of the unknown, a facility that the world knows exists, yet one whose true purpose remains shrouded in layers of deliberate secrecy, government discretion, and the dreams of curious minds. The desert surrounding it is vast and uninviting, a landscape of dry silence and distant mountains, yet people from all walks of life have stood on its outer edges, gazing across its restricted boundary lines and wondering what stories lie within. It is in this quiet wonder that the intrigue of Area 51 takes shape, not as a source of fear, but as a place where imagination and speculation have been allowed to wander freely, creating a kind of peaceful mystery that never quite asks to be solved. In the stillness of the desert, where the only sounds are the faint rustle of sand and the occasional hum of distant aircraft, one cannot help but sense a subtle presence, something unseen, just beyond reach, like a word caught on the tip of the tongue. Over the decades, theories have swirled in hushed voices, tales of experimental aircraft, reverse-engineered technology, secret intelligence programs, and even life not of this earth. But amid these tales lies a deeper, quieter fascination, just with what might be hidden in hangars and under desert soil, but with why a place like Area 51 captures the human heart so completely. Perhaps it is the idea that in a world flooded with information, a single patch of earth still holds its silence, that in an age of transparency, something remains deliberately unseen. The history of Area 51 begins in the mid-20th century, at a time when the world was shifting under the weight of technological ambition and geopolitical tension. The base was established in the 1950s as a testing site for the U-2 reconnaissance aircraft, designed to soar at altitudes where no other plane could reach, to quietly gather knowledge during a time when silence itself was a form of strategy. From the U-2 came the A-12 and eventually the SR-71 Blackbird craft that pushed the boundaries of human engineering, all tested here beneath the bright blue sky and above the dry lake bed that mirrored the heavens. Each advancement, each secret test flight, added another layer to the legend, and the base became more than a place, it became an idea. For many, Area 51 represents the line between what is known and what is kept quietly apart, preserved not in arrogance, but perhaps in caution or even care. The mystery does not shout, it hums. Those who have worked there rarely speak, bound not just by oath, but by a respect for the delicate balance between innovation and confidentiality. And while rumors of crashed crafts and hidden beings have danced through popular culture, turning the base into a canvas for stories of the extraordinary, the reality is often simpler, though no less profound. Area 51 is where human curiosity meets its own limitations, where the drive to explore is tempered by the need to protect, and where answers are withheld not to deceive, but to ensure a certain kind of order remains. The airspace above it is among the most restricted in the world, a sky that few are permitted to cross, and yet, from time to time, those nearby have reported seeing lights that move in impossible patterns, gliding silently or vanishing without a trace, prompting gentle wonder rather than alarm. These lights, like flickers of thought, are not confirmations, they are invitations, asking us to ponder not just what is out there, but what within us continues to seek. In the soft hours of night, when the desert cools and stars stretch endlessly, overhead, Area 51 becomes something closer to a mirror, reflecting not alien technologies or lost truths, but our enduring desire to believe that the world still holds secrets worth keeping. And perhaps, in that belief, we find a kind of peace, a reassurance that not everything has been mapped, measured, or monetized, that there are still places where silence speaks louder than disclosure, and where the unknown remains a companion rather than a threat. The road that leads toward the base, known as the extraterrestrial highway, wends through landscapes that seem untouched by time, dotted with quiet outposts and dust-covered signs that wink at the legends they support. Travelers come not to find answers, but to feel the presence of a story still unfolding, to stand beneath a sky that has watched over centuries of quiet evolution, and to touch, if only for a moment, the edge of something vast and gently hidden. Even those who guard the facility, those nameless figures seen only from a distance apart of the story, not as villains, but as stewards, maintaining the delicate balance between revelation and restraint. The desert, after all, keeps its secrets well. The sand does not give up its footprints easily, and the winds carry away evidence with a kind of grace. And so, Area 51 remains a sanctuary not of fear, but of wonder, a reminder that in our quest for knowledge, the unknown is not the enemy, but a quiet companion walking beside us, inviting us to pause, to breathe, and to imagine. The mystery, as it turns out, may not lie in what is hidden inside the base, but in what stirs within us as we gaze toward it, the feeling that somewhere, just out of reach, something meaningful waits. And in that waiting, we find comfort, because as long as places like Area 51 exist, places that resist being fully known, we are reminded that the world still holds pockets of quiet intrigue, that beyond the noise of daily life, there are still shadows worth exploring, not with urgency, but with reverence. The base, standing beneath a wide and watching sky, has become less about secrecy and more about symbol. It speaks to the part of us that yearns for silence in a loud world, that finds beauty in the unsolved, and that understands that mystery, when held gently, can be its own kind of truth. In the end, Area 51 is not a place of confrontation, but of contemplation, a place where shadows fall not too obscure, but to soften the edges of understanding, and where secrets are not shouted, but preserved in quiet stewardship. The desert around it does not demand answers. Instead, it offers a soft, unending question. What if the most precious things are not those we reveal, but those we choose to protect in silence for another day? Mezgri, Russia, a city hidden from its own country, in the vast snow-covered expanse of Russia's Ural Mountains, where dense forests breathe ancient silence and mountain peaks touch the sky with patient stillness, there lies a town that does not appear on most maps, a place called Mezgri, whose very existence seems more like a whispered idea than a confirmed reality. nestled among the cold ridges of Bashkortostan, a republic far from the hurried rhythms of the modern world. This remote settlement is guarded day and night by not one, but two full military battalions, curious protection for a town that claims no obvious threat, no tourist attraction, and no industry worthy of such tight security. Roads into Mezgri are watched, movement in and out is heavily controlled, and even those who live in nearby towns know little more than rumors about what rests within its limits. Surrounded by snow-draped woods and long-forgotten train lines, the city has been enveloped in mystery for decades, a silent monument to something deeply hidden, possibly buried within the nearby Mount Yamontor, name that translates from Bashkir to mean evil mountain or mountain of doom. Although such interpretations are more linguistic curiosity than dark omen in this context. The air here is crisp, the wind steady, and the town remains quiet, still functioning, still occupied, yet almost entirely veiled from the wider world's gaze. Why, one wonders, would a simple Russian town be placed under such layers of restriction? What lies within or beneath that needs protection from not only foreign interests but from its own countrymen? The Russian government, when questioned, has provided various and vague explanations over the years. A mining site, a storage facility, a food bunker, or perhaps a secret archival repository. None of these answers are implausible on their own, and yet none of them fully explain the level of security, the silence, or the consistency with which questions are deflected. Some believe that beneath Mount Yamontau lies a vast underground structure, one designed to be self-sustaining in the event of global catastrophe, perhaps a nuclear command center, or a last resort government shelter meant to outlast the surface world should it falter. Others suggest a vault of unimaginable scale where archives, scientific research, or even biological materials are stored in perfect secrecy, kept safe from the reach of time or potential misuse. And while these theories spiral gently outward, none carry proof, only possibility, and it is in that gap between known and unknown that Mezgri's unique aura takes form. Unlike loud conspiracies or dramatic tales of confrontation, the mystery of Mezgri is soft-spoken, deliberate, and deeply quiet, like a locked door in a familiar house that no one mentions but everyone notices. The people who live there, reportedly numbering just a few thousand, are not adventurers or thrill-seekers, but citizens assigned, relocated, or born into a community unlike any other. They live their days in calm repetition, supported by local infrastructure and distant authority, working jobs that remain largely undefined to the outside world. The city is reported to have schools, shops, clinics, and all the functions of a standard town, yet it operates with a purpose invisible to those beyond its fences. No postcards are sold, no public events are held, no journalists visit. And so, while the wind carries on across the mountain and snow continues to fall in gentle layers, the question remains, what are they guarding? In the quiet absence of answers, curiosity becomes the town's defining feature, and Mezgri transforms from a location into an idea that perhaps, somewhere in this world of satellites, open networks, and shared information, there are still places that resist full illumination. And maybe, just maybe, that resistance is not about power, but about preservation of knowledge, of preparedness, of something ancient or delicate that must be held apart. Mount Yamontau itself has long held spiritual and cultural significance. In local tradition, to the Bashkir people and earlier tribes, the mountain was seen not as a threat, but as a presence steady, unmoving, and sacred in its way. Perhaps this sense of reverence has carried forward, silently guiding how this region has been treated even into modern times. What is striking is how little about the mountain has changed visually in decades. Satellite imagery shows occasional signs of development roads, possible entrances, structures that appear and then vanish, but the core of it remains untouched, almost as though the land has been asked to keep a secret and has agreed to do so. There are no explosive controversies. Here, no open confrontations. Mesguri keeps its calm, and the world allows it. And in that dynamic, something beautiful unfolds. A mutual understanding between place and people, between question and silence. If indeed this city holds a secret, it does so not with arrogance, but with a kind of quiet dignity. It does not flaunt its mystery, nor does it ask for attention. It simply exists, day after day, guarded not just by soldiers, but by time itself. What makes Mesguri so compelling is that it represents a kind of forgotten agreement in human consciousness, the acceptance that not all things need to be known at once, and that some mysteries, like certain dreams, are best left intact. An age where transparency is prized, and where secrets are often met with suspicion. Mesguri invites a different posture. It says, "Be still, observe, and let the unknown be what it is." And perhaps in doing so, it protects more than data or technology. Perhaps it preserves a space for wonder, for humility, and for quiet preparedness. From a storytelling perspective, Mesguri does not shout. It whispers. Its guarded gates and restricted skies do not invoke fear, but provoke reflection. What does it mean for a nation to hide something from itself, and do so not for harm, but perhaps for hope, continuity, or stability? Could it be that in Mesguri we find the architectural echo of our shared instinct to shelter what matters most, not from enemies, but from time, distraction, or neglect? The presence of military units adds structure to this narrative, not menace. They are not figures of threat, but symbols of the town's unique purpose. Their watchful posture reminds us that some roles in history are not meant to be explained in the moment, but understood in hindsight. And so the town continues, its streets lit by the same winter moon that shines over cities far more known, its windows glowing softly at night like any quiet village, and its people moving through routines that are normal in their rhythm even. If extraordinary in their circumstance, there is comfort in that normalcy, in the notion that life, even in the shadow of profound secrecy, continues gently, meaningfully, and with care. The trains that once ran supplies to and from the mountain may still echo through the forest at times, their sound blending with wind and snowfall, as if the mountain itself breathes in slow, deliberate intervals. And while tourists may pass nearby, they do not enter, nor do they protest. Mesguri is respected in its silence. Its story is not finished, and perhaps never will be told in full, and that may be precisely what makes it so enduring. For the human heart, often restless in its seeking, finds peace in a few enduring unknowns, those rare places that seem to operate outside the frenzy of disclosure, where the walls are not meant to divide, but to hold stillness. In Mesguri, the unknown does not threaten, it soothes. It reminds us that even now, the world is vast enough to hold a few protected truths. And as long as that quiet town continues to exist, nestled at the foot of its snowy guardian, guarded and undisturbed, we may rest a little easier knowing that somewhere out there, mystery has been given a home, and the silence around it is not emptiness, but a kind of gentle reverence for whatever lies beneath. Room 39, North Korea, the money room no one mentions, in the heart of Pyongyang. Concealed behind high walls, quiet corridors, and the thick curtain of absolute secrecy. There is said to be a room without a sign, without a window, and without a story that can be confirmed, known quietly among intelligence communities as Room 39. It is not marked by any unique feature from the outside, nor does it rise from the skyline of North Korea's capital with grand distinction. Yet those who study the architecture of power and the movements of hidden economies often trace much of the country's enigmatic financial survival back to this elusive entity. Officially, it does not exist in any public registry or directory, yet in calm diplomatic halls and whispered meetings far beyond the Korean peninsula, the phrase Room 39 evokes something quietly formidably in operation that is believed to be both the financial heartbeat and the closely guarded vault of a system built upon control, calculation, and the art of concealment. What makes Room 39 so uniquely mysterious is not just its rumored purpose, but the atmosphere of quiet resilience it seems to embody. In a country defined by intense self-containment and isolation, where movement is limited and information is carefully sculpted, this single department, if it does exist, as believed, represents one of the few channels through which external economic breath reaches the internal structure of the state. Some say that it manages foreign currency reserves through a series of shell companies, joint ventures, and hard-to-trace trading routes that span continents, moving quietly through corners of the global financial web that most people never think twice about. Others suggest that the room coordinates various sectors that include everything from legitimate trade in minerals, textiles, and seafood, to more controversial operations, things whispered with caution, like counterfeit production, insurance fraud, or unacknowledged state-sponsored networks. But amid these suspicions lies something deeper and more reflective. The idea that in a world shaped by complex systems of value, Room 39 might be less about greed and more about strategic endurance. It may not be a vault of gold or stacks of banknotes, as some imagine, but rather a network of intentions designed not to dominate, but to ensure continuity within an environment that has chosen separation as its foundation. There is no shouting around this mystery, no declarations or documents to be reviewed by curious outsiders. There is only the enduring question of how a nation, largely closed off from global financial institutions, continues to function with internal steadiness despite external pressure. And it is within that question that Room 39 becomes more than a place. It becomes a symbol of a system that bends the mechanics of the world economy just enough to sustain itself, while keeping its workings hidden in the soft folds of shadows. People often picture rooms of power as loud and filled with conversation. But Room 39, in imagination and inference, feels more like a place of long silences, of patient planning, of spreadsheets marked in code and transactions that ripple quietly across unseen channels. In the middle of the bustling yet tightly controlled capital city, it may rest behind unassuming doors in one of the many administrative buildings whose hallways echo only with the sound of precise footsteps and the distant hum of regulated machinery. Perhaps there are desks, filing cabinets, secure phone lines, and digital terminals shielded from outside interference, manned by individuals chosen for their discretion as much as their loyalty. These workers might arrive each morning in silence, their expressions calm, their movements routine, and their assignments understood without the need for elaboration. In such a system, clarity is found not through transparency, but through alignment. Tasks are executed not with inquiry, but with consistency. And in that consistency lies strength, quiet, invisible, and deeply intentional. The financial activity, believed to be directed or overseen by this mysterious department, does not reveal itself in spikes or splashes. It flows like a slow river beneath a frozen landscape, steady, patient, and wide. From Singapore to Syria, from African trade routes to European banking systems, the traces are faint, often indistinguishable from ordinary business until followed long enough to reveal patterns too consistent to be accidental. This subtlety is perhaps what defines Room 39 more than anything else. Its mastery is not in spectacle, but in stability, not in domination, but in duration. For decades, as sanctions tightened and diplomatic pathways narrowed, North Korea has continued to fund itself, operate its state, maintain its internal services, and even pursue technological projects that many outside the country struggle to explain. And while Room 39 is rarely named in official discourse, it is often there in the background, unconfirmed but suspected, silent but ever present. Its name is not one of fear, but of curiosity, not of judgment, but of intrigue. What does it mean for a modern state to rely on a single room or a single division as the core of its financial resilience? Does it reflect desperation or discipline? Does it suggest fragility or focus? These questions linger softly, inviting thought rather than demand. Much like a monastery holds within its walls centuries of rituals that only a few understand, Room 39 may represent a kind of secular sanctum where financial rituals are practiced not in the pursuit of wealth, but in service of a broader national continuity. Some reports speculate that the room is connected to high-level leadership, with operations directed by senior figures trusted not only for their intelligence, but for their loyalty to a legacy that sees survival as an art. These figures may not seek personal fame or fortune. Instead, they may see themselves as stewards, guardians of a function that must endure, even if it is never acknowledged. The networks that feed into and out of Room 39 may include shipping lines registered in distant ports, companies that change names but not purpose, agents who never speak their employer's name, and trade missions that look entirely ordinary from the outside. And perhaps this is the point. Invisibility is not an accident, is a method. To remain unseen is to remain unchallenged, and to remain unchallenged is to continue quietly, unbroken. In recent years, as satellite imagery and digital forensics have grown more advanced, the world has tried to trace Room 39's activities more precisely, but like a shadow in evening light, the clearer the edges seem, the more the substance appears to dissolve. What little is known comes not from direct confirmation, but from defection, from leaks, from second-hand records whose truth is always shadowed by uncertainty. And so Room 39 remains where it has always been, in that space between rumor and reality, between visibility and myth. The people of North Korea, most of whom have never heard of Room 39, live their lives within a different reality, one shaped not by speculation about secret rooms, but by the rhythms of daily work, state, media, local routines, and community presence. The existence of such a room, if known at all, is irrelevant to most, and perhaps that is the very intention behind its design. To function best, it must remain apart not only from the world, but from the population it indirectly supports. There is something deeply paradoxical about this setup. A room that perhaps holds the keys to a nation's financial continuity is one that may never be acknowledged, thanked or discussed by those whose lives it stabilizes. And yet, this anonymity is what grants it power. It does not need to be praised. To be effective, it does not seek visibility to affirm its success. Its strength is not in being known, but in being trusted by the few who do. And in that silent trust, Room 39 continues. It does not age publicly, nor does it shift with political trends. It remains like a fixed point within a rotating system, a place of numbers, ledgers, instructions, and flows. It does not shout for relevance, for its relevance is found in each successful transaction, each maintained connection, each quiet continuation of the system it sustains. And so, as the city of Pyongyang bustles in its own measured rhythm, and as the world beyond debates, analyzes, and wonders, this room, real or not, central or it becomes a symbol of a broader truth, that even in the most connected age in history, there are places that resist being known, divisions that prefer the language of silence, and operations that are designed not to be discovered, but to persist. To imagine Room 39 is not to invite panic, but to reflect on how systems can survive outside conventional rules, and how resilience can take forms we might never see. Perhaps that is what makes Room 39 so fascinating, not the rumors, but the quiet sophistication it represents. In a world often obsessed with exposure, there is something quietly powerful about the unseen, something peaceful, even. The mystery is not a warning. It is a reminder that in every system, visible or hidden, there are forces working quietly to keep the structure whole. And in Room 39, that force moves with care, with clarity, and with the kind of patience only a long game can afford. Vatican's secret archives, centuries of silence locked below, beneath the quiet corridors and sunlit courtyards of Vatican City. In a place where the soft echo of centuries-old footsteps still lingers gently in the stone, lies a library unlike any other repository, not of fiction or fantasy, but of historical memory sealed behind closed doors and deep beneath the surface. Known to the world simply as the Vatican's Secret Archives. Despite its dramatic name, the word secret does not imply shadowy danger, but originates from the Latin word secretum, meaning private or set apart. And in that definition lies the truest sense of what this place is: a protected space, where the written remnants of civilization's most intricate conversations with faith, power, art, and humanity have been preserved in uninterrupted quiet for more than 400 years. This archive, which stretches over 50 miles of shelving and grows by thousands of documents each year, rests beneath the Vatican Apostolic Library in a climate-controlled sanctum, where time has been asked politely to pause, and where ink still rests, softly undisturbed, on parchment and vellum, waiting not for all eyes, but only for those with the patience, credentials, and intent to understand. Unlike other historical collections that invite public perusal or museum-like wandering, the Vatican's archive maintains a stillness that is both physical and philosophical. Documents are retrieved by request, reviewed under careful conditions, and made available only to a small number of approved scholars whose work aligns with the Church's standards of research and respect. There are no casual visitors here, no grand tours or flashing cameras, and certainly no treasure hunts. Instead, there is the quiet hum of climate control systems, the sound of gloved hands turning fragile pages, and the steady rhythm of centuries, speaking in hushed tones from handwritten scrolls, letters, decrees, and records that most of the world will never see. And yet, it is precisely in that restriction, that gentle guarding of history, that the mystique of the secret archives has flourished. Over time, it has become a place not only of preservation, but of imagination, a canvas onto which countless questions have been projected. What writings were considered too powerful, too controversial, or perhaps too delicate for the world outside to bear? Were their documents so filled with truth or conflict that they were deliberately kept hidden? Or are they simply held not out of secrecy, but reverence, protected as one might protect an ancient painting from too much light or a sacred relic from too many hands? These questions, softly asked, rarely demand answers. They are content to float in the same quiet air that surrounds the archive itself, adding to its ambience, not with scandal, but with subtle intrigue. Among the vast collection lie letters written by kings, emperors, and scholars, personal correspondence from figures like Michelangelo and Galileo, secret trial transcripts, and records of church councils, marriages, disputes, and moments of gentle diplomacy that never made it into the history books. Some of these documents tell of forgiveness, others of conflicts resolved in private, and still others record the ordinary workings of a global institution trying to navigate the shifting sands of centuries. To imagine the Vatican's secret archives is not to picture a room filled with conspiracies, but rather a long, cool corridor of stories, each one folded carefully into the next, like quiet layers of thought preserved in the architecture of parchment and silence. Even the process of entering this world is ceremonial. Researchers must apply months in advance, presenting clear intentions and academic credentials. Once granted access, they may only request a few items at a time, and must read them in designated rooms, under supervision, without removing them from the premises. And in this controlled environment, something unusual happens. Time begins to feel different. The outside world, with its fast-moving timelines and instant information, fades away, and the rhythm of history, slow, handwritten, deliberate, gently takes over. The archive, in its stillness, invites a kind of listening that is rare in our age. It asks not just to be read, but to be felt. And within its miles of shelving, behind locked cabinets and neatly labeled boxes, lie echoes of some of humanity's most pivotal questions about belief, about power, about mercy, about knowledge, and about what it means to protect the truth, not just from others, but sometimes from ourselves. Stories whispered over generations tell of documents that may confirm long debated events or clarify moments of great ambiguity. Some believe the archive holds evidence of early contact with unfamiliar cultures or lands long before official history acknowledged such journeys. Others suggest it houses suppressed texts from ancient councils, letters exchanged in times of great tension between leaders of nations and faiths, or records of trials whose outcomes were quietly written, never declared. There are even whispers, quiet, respectful ones, that speak of books excluded from religious canons, of prophecies stored rather than published, of philosophical musings too complex to interpret without context, now lost. But whether these stories are true or not matters less than the atmosphere they create, a soft fog of thoughtful curiosity, gently surrounding a space built not on spectacle but on stewardship. Because if the Vatican's secret archives teach anything, it is that preservation is an act of patience. It requires discipline not to reveal everything at once, and wisdom to know that some truths, like seeds, must remain buried until the time is right for them to be understood. There is no rush within those stone walls, only care, and that care extends to how the documents are stored, catalogued, and protected from moisture, dust, time, and even the well-meaning hands of the curious. The archivists who work there quiet, figures often trained for years in paleography, history, theology, and conservation, see themselves not as gatekeepers, but as gardeners, tending a very delicate crop. They water nothing, yet everything grows. And in the stillness of their work, the archive lives not loudly, not publicly, but steadily, like a quiet mountain watching the seasons change without needing to explain itself. The rooms, some of which descend below ground level, are lit with soft, indirect light, and kept at precise temperatures to ensure the longevity of even the most fragile materials. And in this environment of gentle control, ancient inks remain legible, scrolls unfurl without crumbling, and histories that might otherwise fade are given a second, third, or fourth life. For the few who are granted access, the experience is not only academic, but deeply personal. To hold a letter penned by a long-dead monarch, or to read the deliberations of a church council held hundreds of years ago, is to touch a moment of time that still breathes. It is to hear, if one listens closely, the quiet voices of those who came before, asking the same questions, wrestling with the same doubts, and seeking the same clarity that we seek today. The archive does not offer easy answers. It does not pretend to hold a final truth. Instead, it holds 1,000 beginnings, 1,000 first drafts of history, waiting patiently for those willing to read them with humility. And that humility, perhaps, is what makes the place feel sacred, not in a theological sense alone, but in the shared reverence for memory that transcends belief. It reminds us that even in our most ambitious pursuits, we are part of a long continuum, and that the best stories are not always those told loudly, but those kept safe in quiet places until the world is ready to hear them. The Vatican itself, with its fountains, gardens, and cathedrals, bustles gently above this subterranean realm, unaware, perhaps, of the full depth of what lies beneath. Tourists pass above, marveling at the Sistine Chapel's ceiling, the grandeur of St. Peter's, and the solemnity of its museums, while below, in hushed chambers, the weight of centuries rests not in stone, but in ink, and every so often a document is released, a piece of correspondence, a forgotten record, a clarified decree, and, with it, a small window opens into the past. These releases are not sensational. They do not aim to shock. They aim to illuminate, softly, one layer at a time. Like moonlight through stained glass, they cast gentle colors on the present, reminding us that history, even when hidden, is never far. It lives in quiet places. It waits without hurry. And when it is revealed, it does not demand attention, it invites reflection. The Vatican secret archives, in all their depth and discipline, are not merely about the past. They are about the care of memory, the responsibility of knowledge, and the quiet courage to protect what is valuable, even when the world forgets to look. And perhaps that is the greatest mystery of all, not what is hidden within those shelves, but why it matters so deeply to protect what lies there. In a world where so much is shared, scanned, and shouted, this one quiet place continues to choose silence, reverence, and patience, and in doing so, it becomes not just an archive, but a sanctuary of thought, of history, and of hope. Bangar Fort, India, a place even the sun refuses to watch, at night in the arid folds of Rajasthan, where the earth warms slowly under the rising sun, and ancient hills cradle time itself in soft silence, rests a fortress that has long existed. In the quiet spaces between story and stoner structure, known as Bangar Fort, tucked near the edge of the Sariska Tiger Reserve, and embraced by hills that seem to lean in. Listening, the ruins of Bangar are not vast in comparison to India's grand palaces or citadels, but what they lack in scale, they make up for in stillness, a kind of dignified solitude that grows deeper with every passing year. What draws travelers to Bangar is not lavish ornamentation or royal splendor, but rather a question that hums faintly in the dry breeze. Why does this place, so rich in history, fall under such profound caution as the day fades? Locals, ever gentle in their warnings, often say it plainly: no one should remain within the fort after sunset, not because of superstition alone, and not with anger or threat, but with a tone that seems more like advice offered from lived experience, quiet reminder passed down in families from generation to generation, that when the last light leaves the stones, it's best to step back and allow the silence its space. And so, day visitors arrive, walking calmly through the arched gateways and time-worn corridors, observing the marketplace ruins, the temples, the banyan trees whose roots now trace the outlines of former walls, and they feel the strange mixture of stillness and story that clings to every corner. Yet no one rushes to stay too long. As the sun begins its descent behind the Aravalli hills, shadows stretch farther and the air cools without warning. The fort does not grow menacing, it merely withdraws, as though it belongs more fully to another world after dark, one that does not ask for intrusion or explanation. The Archaeological Survey of India has placed signs at each entrance warning that staying inside after dusk is not allowed. And while this may be rooted in safety or regulation, the effect is poetic, adding to the mystery in the most official way possible. The tale that often accompanies Bangar's reputation is whispered with respect, even reverence. It speaks of a time when the area flourished, with royal activity and everyday life weaving through its corridors like threads in a living tapestry. The legend tells of a princess named Ratnavati, known for her unmatched beauty and intelligence, and a practitioner of occult arts, a tantric, who, struck by obsession, sought to bend fate itself. Using magic, he attempted to cast a spell upon an oil she was to use, but the plan faltered, and with it, the balance of peace in the region began to unravel. The tantric, before his demise, is said to have uttered a curse not in rage, but in a voice heavy with consequence, and thus, according to the tale, the kingdom slowly faded into silence, leaving behind not devastation, but a space untouched by time and strangely resistant to rebirth. But whether or not one believes in curses or enchantments, what is undeniable is the feeling that Bangar carries a sensation that is hard to name but easy to sense. The stones feel warm in the morning, cool in the afternoon, and quietly indifferent. By evening, the temples, though roofless and broken, remain aligned with the sky in a way that feels deliberate, as if even now they are whispering prayers on behalf of the wind, and the silence is not empty. It is full of memories, footfalls, and rituals once carried out in rhythm with the sun and stars. No animals nest within the main fort. Birds fly over it, but few land near the heart of its ruins. Trees grow tall, yet their branches twist away from the structures instead of embracing them. And when the moon rises, it does not reveal the fort, so much as it outlines it, like a shadow drawn carefully in pale silver. Some researchers have tried to study the energy of the place, speaking of geological anomalies or natural magnetic fields. Others point to its layout, noting that its architecture was deeply aligned with principles of Indian Vastu Shastran, ancient system of spatial harmony, that may have been interrupted or altered by historical conflict or misfortune. But beyond all theories lies a deeper truth. Bangar's essence is felt, not explained. Its stillness speaks more than any inscription, and its calm, even in its abandonment, is complete. Travelers often describe a change in atmosphere when they approach the main entrance. Not fear, but awareness. Not tension, but an invitation to observe, to step more lightly, to breathe with a little more care. And once inside, there is a peace unlike most ruins, a sense that you are walking through the bones of something that once breathed, not with force, but with rhythm. Merchants once opened stalls here, musicians played. Children ran along stone courtyards now covered in dust. Water once flowed in stepped wells, and prayers once echoed through the temple halls. Time, it seems, did not abandon Bangor, it simply stopped asking anything of it. And so the fort remains, a guardian of its own past, untouched by modernity, and unchanged by curiosity. The people living nearby do not exploit its legend, they honor it. Vendors do not press visitors for stories. They sell small crafts, tea and snacks, always aware of the line between curiosity and intrusion. And as the day draws to a close, they too begin to pack up, moving away from the walls with the same respectful distance one might offer a sleeping elder. Night at Bangor is not a place of fear, it is a place of privacy. Whatever it holds with grace. Its reputation as haunted or cursed is more a reflection of our fascination than the fort's intention. It does not scream to be remembered. It does not ask to be solved. It merely continues to stand, to weather, and to witness the turning of seasons with patience. Even the animals seem to acknowledge its rhythm, peacocks that dance on its outskirts, monkeys that chatter from trees beyond its walls, but rarely cross the threshold after a certain hour. And perhaps, in some quiet way, that is the fort's most enduring message, that there are places in the world where human presence is meant to be temporary, where observation is welcome, but possession is not. Bangor may not hold gold, scrolls, or locked rooms, but it holds something equally rare. The ability to remind us that mystery does not always need a solution, and silence does not always need to be broken. It reminds us that sometimes the most respectful thing we can do is to let a place remain what it is, unanswered, unclaimed, and undisturbed. And so, day after day, as tourists arrive and the sun climbs overhead, Bangor receives them with quiet openness. It allows footsteps to echo down its empty lanes, allows photographs to be taken and stories to be told. But then, as the golden light begins to stretch longer and the birds begin their evening flight toward safer trees, the fort gently withdraws. Its stone steps cool beneath the shade, its inner chambers dim, not with menace, but with finality. The gates, once welcoming, begin to feel like boundaries once again, and the signs reminding visitors not to linger past sunset are no longer just words on metal. They become a soft agreement between the living and the remembered. And as the final shadows of the day retreat up the hills and the stars take their place in the night sky above the darkened walls of Bangor, the fort resumes its truest form, not a relic, not a ruin, but a resting place of history's breath. It waits not to be conquered, but to be honored, and in that quiet waiting, it teaches us something about how the past asks to be held with gentleness, with space, and with deep, undisturbed respect. Mount Weather, USA, where governments go when we cannot, in the quiet folds of Virginia's Blue Ridge Mountains, where forested hills roll softly across the land like green waves paused in motion, there lies a place most Americans have never seen, and many have never heard of a facility known as Mount Weather. It does not reveal itself on casual drives, nor does it announce its presence with fanfare or signage. Tucked behind layers of security and nestled into the earth as if meant to vanish into it, Mount Weather is a location often described in the language of official necessity, but imagined in the tones of curiosity and wonder. The roads leading toward it begin like any other in the Appalachian countryside, winding past small towns, scattered homes, and sleepy intersections where daily life unfolds gently, unbothered by the knowledge of what lies nearby. But as the turnoffs narrow and surveillance quietly increases, the feeling of entering a different space begins to take hold, not because of anything seen, but because of what's not. Fences appear without warning, cameras blend into tree branches, and access points stand not as grand entrances, but as calm reminders that this land no longer belongs to ordinary time. Mount Weather is more than a location. It is an idea built into stone, modern sanctuary not of worship, but of strategy, where plans are stored, systems are mirrored, and government continuity is preserved not in a building, but in a mindset. Described officially as a FEMA operations center and unofficially as a relocation site for top federal officials during emergencies. The site has existed in confirmed form since the Cold War, though its roots may run deeper, both in purpose and philosophy. Built into the mountain itself, with reinforced tunnels, underground chambers, and entire self-sustaining systems carved into the rock, Mount Weather represents the quiet resilience of a government preparing not for the daily turns of politics, but for the moments when the surface world may falter. It is said to contain its own power supply, water systems, air purification, medical facilities, and even broadcasting capabilities, creating a kind of invisible twin to the nation's capital, one that mirrors essential functions without requiring public presence. But while the practical logistics of such a place are impressive, it is the gentle weight of the idea that settles more deeply the notion that somewhere beneath layers of earth and protocol, there is a place meant to endure, not just storms, but silence. Unlike bunkers designed for military response, Mount Weather is whispered to be a space of governance continuation, meaning it is less about action and more about presence, calm chamber of stability where leaders, if necessary, might reconvene, to preserve the structure of the republic while the world above recalibrates. There are no parades here, no flags waving in the wind, no speeches echoing through marble halls. There is only the hum of generators, the soft illumination of recessed lighting, and the steady routines of those tasked with readiness. And in that rhythm lies something oddly poetic, a government that, for all its loud debates and visible functions, maintains this single quiet space as a kind of final fallback, not for fear, but for form. The idea is not about control, but about continuity. And perhaps that is why Mount Weather remains so intriguing, even in its secrecy. It is not the existence of hidden doors that draws attention, but the question of what it means to plan for moments we hope never come. Within its depths, one can imagine rooms lined with communication equipment, sealed conference chambers, dormitories for essential staff, and corridors mapped not by aesthetic, but by necessity, food stores quietly stocked, maps updated not for beauty, but for precision, emergency protocols practiced like gentle rehearsals of a performance no one hopes to give. And yet, for all this preparation, there is something deeply human at the core, a recognition that systems, however powerful, are still built to protect life, to shelter continuity, to carry the thread of governance forward even if all else frays. The facility's presence first became widely known in 1974, when a tragic airplane crash near its perimeter brought it briefly into public awareness. Since then, its name has surfaced in quiet government documents, policy discussions, and emergency planning handbooks, but always with restraint, as though even acknowledging it requires a certain kind of quiet respect. And that respect, whether offered by those who serve or those who speculate, has kept Mount Weather largely untouched by public sensationalism. It is not a place of conspiracy, but of complexity, not of fear, but of foresight. And that foresight, embedded into the very granite of the mountain, offers a kind of comfort not in the details of what's inside, but in the idea that somewhere, someone thought far enough ahead to build a place where order could be held, gently through disorder. Some suggest that Mount Weather is connected by secret tunnels or communication lines to other similar facilities, an invisible network of preparedness strung across the country like a spiderweb of sovereignty. Names like Raven Rock, Cheyenne Mountain, and Sight are often appear in the same breath, forming a quiet constellation of governmental resilience. And while such links may or may not exist in the ways imagined, the suggestion alone reveals something deeper, a belief in layered responsibility, where not everything needs to be seen to be valued. Perhaps the most remarkable thing about Mount Weather is that it does not ask to be known. It exists, quietly, not to alarm or amaze, but to reassure. Its presence says, "We have thought of tomorrow. We have prepared for silence. We have built something not to conquer, but to preserve." And in that message, there is a kind of still strength, one that does not shout from podiums, but hums steadily beneath the soil. It is easy to romanticize the idea of a secret government hideaway, but Mount Weather resists such glamour. It is not cinematic. It is not gilded. It is functional. Its beauty lies in its purpose, its discipline, its refusal to become myth. Even the mountain that shelters it seems to offer protection without possession, as though the earth itself has agreed to hold this quiet burden on behalf of the nation. Nearby residents often drive past its boundaries without a second glance, aware but undisturbed. There are stories, of course quiet local murmurs of trucks arriving at odd hours, of distant humming at night, of brief glimpses of official vehicles, but none of these rise to the level of alarm. They are simply threads in the tapestry of a place that does not wish to be seen, yet does not disappear. For those who work there, if indeed they speak of it at all, the task is likely more routine than riveting. Long shifts, careful monitoring, simulations practiced and refined, documentation reviewed and archived. But within those routines lies an extraordinary trust of faith that if the moment ever comes, Mount Weather will do what it was made to do, offer steadiness in chaos, light in the absence of clarity, and structure in the quiet wake of upheaval. And for the rest of us, that may be enough. We do not need to see the hallways or read the protocols to appreciate what it means for such a place to exist. Its value is not in spectacle, but in presence. And in that presence, we are reminded that not all leadership is loud. Some of it, the most vital kind, is practiced in preparation. And some sanctuaries are not built for the many, but for the preservation of the whole. As the forest breathes above it and the seasons turn without asking, Mount Weather continues its silent service, never opening its gates, never sending postcards, never reminding the world of its existence, but always there, always ready, always waiting, not in dread, but in discipline. A mountain that holds not gold or relics, but readiness. A place not for the people, but in quiet service to them. A reminder that in the softest corners of planning, there lives a hope not just to survive disruption, but to carry forward the fabric of the everyday, even when the threads unravel. And so, as we sleep, unaware of the operations beneath the earth, Mount Weather watches, not from towers or satellites, but from behind the green curtain of Virginia's hills. It does not dream, it does not judge. It simply waits, quiet and complete. Snake Island, Brazil, nature's deadliest guard, off the southeastern coast of Brazil, where the Atlantic Ocean meets lush green curves of mainland forest, and the waves roll in slowly with the rhythm of a timeless lullaby. There lies an island that remains untouched, not because it is forgotten, but because nature itself has chosen to guard it with a quiet intensity. The island is called Ilha da Queimada Grande, though most know it simply as Snake Island, a place where the natural world has written its own boundaries, not with fences or walls, but with presents thousands upon thousands of golden lancehead. Vipers, a species found nowhere else on earth, each carrying a venom so powerful and precise that legend has long whispered of the island's dangers with a hushed respect. Yet despite its fearsome reputation, the truth of Snake Island is far more nuanced, more reflective, and more softly compelling than popular myths may suggest. It is not a place of chaos or horror. It is a place of isolation, balance, and an accidental kind of reverence. The island, which covers less than half a square kilometer, is cloaked in green vegetation and broken patches of stone, its interior winding with low-lying trees and bushes that sway gently in the ocean breeze, and its rocky shoreline meeting the sea with calm, measured resistance. No human settlement remains. There are no harbors, no footpaths, no visitor platforms, only the sound of wind rustling through leaves and the quiet shifting of scales against soil. The snakes themselves do not patrol the island in aggression. They simply exist, like guardians, that never asked to guard, yet were shaped by the slow, patient hand of evolution to become its most steadfast inhabitants. Over millennia, when the sea levels rose and isolated the island from the Brazilian mainland, the snakes that were stranded there adapted, with no ground predators and an abundance of migratory birds resting along their flight paths. The golden lanceheads grew more potent in their venom and more precise in their strikes, not out of cruelty, but survival. Their venom evolved to be fast-acting and effective against warm-blooded prey that could fly away quickly, giving them the rare distinction of being one of the few snake species that have aligned their biology so closely with the rhythm of the skies. Today, their numbers are estimated to range in the thousands, though exact counts vary, and they move quietly among the foliage and rocks, not attacking, not stalking, but simply existing in a space shaped around them. For this reason, the Brazilian Navy restricts access to the island, not out of secrecy, but out of safety, both for people and for the snakes. Occasionally, researchers are granted brief, closely monitored visits, arriving with trained guides, medical supplies, and deep respect for the environment they are entering. These scientists study the vipers not with fear, but with care, examining their behavior, their habitats, and the delicate ecological balance that has developed in this isolated space. The golden lancehead itself, with its distinct coloration and gentle curves, carries an aesthetic beauty often overlooked in discussions about danger. Its name comes from the shape of its head, broad and pointed like the tip of a spear, and its scales shimmer with a soft, pale gold hue that blends perfectly into the sunlit leaves and rocky shadows of its surroundings. When it moves, it does so with a quiet purpose, not wasting energy, not threatening, but flowing gently through the world it knows so well. There are no signs or stories of aggressive behavior without cause. The snakes do not seek interaction. Their strength lies in their solitude, their ability to thrive in a place so uniquely their own that even nature has chosen to keep it undisturbed. The island has thus become something of a natural vault protected, not by laws or legends, but by its own fragile and potent ecology. And within that vault lies a secret not of gold or power, but of time. Because Snake Island, untouched by tourism, commerce, or agriculture, is a rare example of what a place becomes when left almost entirely to nature's design. Its ecosystem functions like a delicate machine, each part relying on the others to maintain balance. The snakes regulate the bird population, the birds bring nutrients from the sea, the plants provide shelter and shade, and the soil absorbs the cycle of life in steady rhythm. Nothing is wasted, nothing is added unnecessarily. The weather shapes the days with sun, mist, and occasional storms, and through it all, the island listens to its own breath. Stories about Snake Island often focus on what it forbids: no visitors, no settlements, no overnight stays. But in truth, what it offers is just as powerful, a chance to witness how resilience, adaptation, and quiet cooperation create an environment both extraordinary and self-sustaining. The island is not haunted, not cursed, not cruel-lit, is simply different, operating on a timeline and logic all its own. The myths that surround it, often told in tones of warning, are shadows cast by misunderstanding rather than truth. There are tales of lighthouse keepers who once tended a small outpost on the island decades ago, living among the snakes with extreme caution before the facility was eventually abandoned. There are stories of illicit adventurers who attempted to land only to leave quickly, overwhelmed not by attack, but by the quiet realization that some places are not meant to be occupied. But these stories, however dramatic, fail to capture the true tone of Snake Island, place of silence and sun-dappled leaves, where life has evolved not to threaten but to endure. Even in its restriction, the island teaches. It reminds us that not all places are meant for conquest, not all mysteries require solving, and not all landscapes are made to be walked by everyone. Some are meant to exist apart not as punishment, but as preservation, and in this gentle withholding, Snake Island becomes less a place of danger and more a sanctuary of wild design, a rare jewel of evolution shaped by distance and time. The Brazilian government's decision to limit access has ensured that the golden lanceheads continue to thrive without interference, their role in the island's ecology unbroken by human ambition. Conservationists have studied the implications of this isolation, noting that while the snake's population is stable for now, it remains vulnerable to change. Disease, climate shifts, or unintended human intrusion could unbalance the delicate system. This knowledge only deepens the reverence for the place, underscoring the importance of respect over curiosity, of understanding over exposure. In the broader narrative of Earth's many hidden places, Snake Island holds a quiet place of honor. It is not mysterious because it is unknown. It is mysterious because it chooses not to reveal itself. It does not invite questions. It inspires reflection. What does it mean for a place to be off limits? Not out of secrecy, but necessity. What does it teach us about boundaries? Not just physical, but philosophical. The snakes that move silently through its underbrush do not ask for stories, do not ask for fear. They simply live, shaped by a world that asked something unique of them, and they responded not with rebellion, but with quiet adaptation. And perhaps, in that adaptation, there is a lesson not only about nature, but about humanity. We are used to crossing lines, reaching into unknowns, carving paths where none existed. But Snake Island gently suggests another way, that sometimes wisdom lies in restraint, that sometimes the most powerful connection to a place is not to visit it, but to understand why you shouldn't. As the sun sets across the Atlantic and the island's silhouette blends into the horizon, the snakes rest, the trees sway, and the ocean continues its endless song. The golden lanceheads do not stand guard, they simply remain, and in their presence a space is preserved where time, untouched, continues its quiet flow. Snake Island is not a warning. It is a whisper asking us to listen not with our feet, but with our respect. It remains closed not to hide, but to protect. And in that protection, it becomes something rare, a place where the natural order remains undisturbed, where life has written its own rules in silence, and where every leaf, rock, and scale reminds us that mystery, when held gently, can be more powerful than any answer. Heard Island volcano, the land where fire whispers, far out in the frigid Southern Ocean. Beyond the usual paths of ships and the arcs of commercial satellites, there lies an island shrouded not in legend or secrecy, but in distance, solitude, and an elemental kind of power that speaks in silence. Heard Island, an Australian territory located between Madagascar and Antarctica, is one of the most remote places on Earth, a place where no permanent human presence has ever taken root, and where the land itself still shifts, breathes, and changes with forces too vast and too slow to fully grasp. It is a land governed not by people, but by geology, and at its heart rises Big Ben, not a clock tower like its London namesake, but an active volcano cloaked in snow and often hidden beneath heavy clouds, towering more than 9,000 feet above sea level. Big Ben occasionally erupts in long drawn-out gestures of fire and ash, events rarely witnessed directly, but quietly recorded through satellite images and instruments watching from afar. The volcano's name, both grand and oddly gentle, mirrors the island's entire personality, powerful yet never boastful. Heard Island is not silent because it lacks voice. It is silent because it has nothing to prove. Everything about it exists on nature's time, from the slow crawl of its glaciers to the subtle heat that simmers beneath its icy surface. The landscape, though seemingly barren, is alive with quiet movement. Black volcanic rock juts out from beneath snowfields. Glaciers descend toward the sea like frozen rivers paused mid-thought. The air, crisp and biting, carries the scent of salt and mineral, and the ground, even when still, seems to listen. To visit Heard Island is to step into a world that has not asked for us, and does not wait for us, continues on its own, untouched by roads, free from artificial light, and unconcerned with the noise of modern life. There are no harbors, no airports, and no welcome signs. Reaching it requires a long sea voyage across unpredictable waters, often battling waves taller than buildings, in a journey that can take weeks with no guarantee of landing. Most expeditions are carried out by scientists, not tourists. Planned, government, otherized missions with specific research goals and strict environmental protocols. Because the island, though fierce, is also fragile. It is protected as part of the Heard Island and McDonald Islands Marine Reserve, a sanctuary where human interference is kept to an absolute minimum, and where even the smallest footprint is considered significant. What makes Heard Island so quietly remarkable is the way it embodies contrast. Fire and ice, isolation and observation, danger and purity. Its central volcano is not extinct, nor dormant, but actively alive. One of the only volcanoes in a polar region to show persistent activity in recent decades. And yet, its eruptions are not the explosive, dramatic spectacles seen in documentaries. They are subtler, slower, lava flow down a glacier's edge. A plume of ash seen only from above, a thermal signature detected by instruments but not witnessed by eye. The volcano whispers instead of shouting, and in that whisper lies a deeper kind of power, because Heard Island may be holding clues not just about its own formation, but about the Earth's changing climate. Scientists studying its glacier retreat, volcanic heat, and untouched ecosystems see it as a natural laboratory, a place where the interactions between geology, biology, and climate can be observed in a setting untouched by human settlement or pollution. Its glaciers, once massive and thick, are retreating at a noticeable rate, revealing new land and altering drainage systems. This change, while concerning, offers a rare opportunity to study how environments respond naturally to temperature shifts without the complicating factors of agriculture, industry, or infrastructure. In this way, the island becomes more than a curiosity. It becomes a teacher. Even its name, Heard, carries a poetic resonances if the island itself is not just to be seen, but listened to. And what it says is complex, a tale of ancient forces still active, of landscapes reshaped by heat beneath ice, and of time measured not in hours or years, but in lava flows and glacier lines. The wildlife here, too, exists in a kind of delicate boldness. Elephant seals line the shores in sprawling groups, their massive forms basking in the cold sun. Penguins nest in colonies, their calls echoing against cliffs. Seabirds wheel overhead. In silence, and beneath the surface, whales pass by in deep, deliberate routes. All of this life unfolds without performance, without audience. There are no fences, no tour groups, no feeds or platforms. The animals here behave as they have for centuries, perhaps longer, responding to the land and sea rather than the camera lens. This, too, makes Heard Island special, not just a remote point on a map, but a mirror reflecting what the world once looked like when it moved without us. And still, even in this remoteness, the volcano remains the quiet pulse of it all. Big Ben, with its layered cones and snow-covered shoulders, is more than a geological feature, is a presence. Not aggressive, not dormant, but waiting. When it speaks, it does so with heat and pressure, reshaping the land ever so slightly, reminding us that Earth is not finished. There are no dramatic warnings, no roaring rivers of lava sweeping across villages. There is just movements, low, patient, powerful, the kind of movement that changes the shape of countenance over millennia. And it is precisely this tempo that soothes. Heard Island is not loud. It is not violent in the way we understand the word. Its fire is not for spectacle. It exists like a meditation, a reminder that change can be both unstoppable and quiet, both transformative and graceful. For researchers, the island offers something beyond dated, offers perspective. To stand on its shores, even briefly, is to feel small, but not in a way that diminishes. Instead, it humbles, softens, and grounds. The island is not dangerous because of what it does, is challenging because of how much it requires us to listen, observe, and let go of control. It will not be mapped fully, explored casually, or domesticated in any sense. And in that resistance lies its beauty. In recent years, satellite imagery has shown renewed activity from Big Ben fresh. Lava flow here, a thermal anomaly there. Each observation is noted, catalogued, and analyzed. But even then, the volcano offers only hints. It gives no timetable, no schedule. It does not explain itself. It simply is. And perhaps that is the most mysterious thing of all. A volcano that burns beneath a glacier, a landmass that grows while losing ice, a place that teaches by remaining just out of reach. Heard Island does not ask to be visited. It does not draw crowds. It does not invite speculation. It stands, it whispers, and it waits forwarding knowledge to those willing to come gently, with patience and purpose. It teaches us that some mysteries are not solved through excavation or exposure, but through quiet reverence. And in this way, it joins the company of the world's most sacred unknowns, not guarded by legends or secrets, but by difficulty, distance, and dignity. The ocean that surrounds it is often wild, yet the island itself is composed. The storms pass, but the mountain remains. Snow falls, then melts. Lava flows, then cools. And through it all, life continues, not flashy, not dramatic, but persistent. When we think of mysteries, we often think of hidden rooms, ancient codes, lost civilizations. But sometimes, mystery is not in what we do not know, is in what we cannot fully touch, even when seen. Heard Island reminds us that mystery can also be peace, that the greatest awe comes not from fear, but from stillness. And so it remains, nestled in its remote corner of the world, a living question mark not meant to be solved, but simply held in awareness. A place where fire whispers beneath ice, a land too wild to tame, too honest to explain. And in that whisper, for those who listen carefully, is the reminder that Earth still has places that exist not for us, but beside us, watching, breathing, waiting, and teaching in their own quiet time. Tomb of Qin Shi Huang, China, the Emperor's sealed truth, in the soft valleys of Shanxi province, nestled beneath layers of soil and time. There lies a mystery so profound that even after 2,000 years, it remains almost completely untouched, sealed in silence, and guarded by legend, by history, and perhaps by design. This is the final resting place of Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of a unified China, whose ambition reached beyond his own lifetime and into eternity, carving out not just a kingdom but a vision of permanence hidden beneath the earth. His tomb, still unopened, sits beneath a low mound that appears ordinary to the unknowing eye, a gently sloping hill among many others, quiet and unassuming under the haze of early morning mist. But what lies below is anything but simple. Discovered in the 1970s, not far from the city of Sheon, this site has revealed glimpses of astonishing craftsmanship, organization, and foresight, most famously in the form of the Terracotta Army. Thousands of life-size statues standing in silent formation, each figure individually sculpted with unique features and expressions, each armored and poised as if still waiting to serve their emperor in another realm. These warriors are only the surface guards. They form the outskirts of a vast funerary complex said to contain palaces, towers, stables, weapon stockpiles, and entire miniature cities, all laid out in mirror to the empire above ground, as if to ensure the emperor ruled in death as he had in life. Yet despite decades of archaeological work around the site, the main burial chamber of the tomb itself remains unopened. It rests beneath that central mound, sealed within layers of earth and clay, its boundaries carefully studied by ground-penetrating radar, but never breached. The decision not to open it is one of caution, respect, and perhaps something deeper, an understanding that some histories are too delicate, too sacred, or too dangerous to disturb. Ancient texts describe rivers of mercury flowing through the tomb like silver veins through a body, meant to simulate the great waterways of China. They describe a ceiling adorned with constellations, stars painted in precious stones and glowing materials, a map of the sky to guide the emperor beyond. Traps, too, are rumored crossbows, triggered by movement, pressure-sensitive mechanisms, set to defend the secrets within. These accounts, recorded by historians such as Sima Qian over two millennia ago, might be dismissed as legend if not for the scientific evidence. Elevated mercury levels in the soil surrounding the tomb have been confirmed, suggesting that the ancient accounts may not be exaggeration, but record. Still, the decision remains to leave the chamber sealed, at least for now, a rare moment in modern archaeology where restraint is held above revelation, and in that restraint lies part of the tomb's enduring mystery. What does it mean to deliberately not uncover? To know that beneath our feet lies a structure built to house not just a body, but an idea, complete, enclosed, vision of empire, memory, and immortality. The emperor himself was no ordinary ruler, ascending to power in his early teens. Qin Shi Huang unified the warring states of China through ambition and force, standardizing currency, measurements, writing systems, and even the width of cart axles to ensure harmony and control. He began construction of what would later become the Great Wall, created vast road networks, and oversaw countless reforms. Yet he was also deeply preoccupied with death, or, more precisely, with avoiding it. He searched for elixirs of immortality, consulted mystics, sent expeditions in search of sacred isles said to grant eternal life. But when death came, as it must, his preparations for the afterlife were already underway. The tomb began construction long before his passing, reportedly involving hundreds of thousands of workers, many of whom may have never seen its completion. Layer upon layer was added, stone, metal, clay, and secrets. The terracotta warriors were placed not just as symbols of might, but perhaps as companions, defenders, or reminders of duty. Horses, acrobats, musicians, figures from every part of court life were buried with him in symbolic form, as though the empire itself was being reassembled beneath the soil. But the center, his true resting place, was sealed with such finality that it has become almost mythic, and perhaps that's what keeps it alive in the imagination. Not what we see, but what we still do not. The idea that somewhere beneath this unassuming mound lies a chamber untouched by light for 2,000 years, containing art, information, and choices made by people who lived, thought, and dreamed differently than we do. There is a kind of serenity in that sealed space, a stillness unbroken even by time. Some scholars argue that opening the tomb would risk irreversible damage. The air, the bacteria, even the act of exposure itself could destroy delicate materials preserved in vacuum-like conditions. Others believe that technology will one day allow us to glimpse inside without touching, to reconstruct digitally what remains sealed physically. But until then, the mound remains like a breath held across centuries. In the surrounding fields, workers continue careful excavation, revealing more figures, more chariots, more glimpses into a world designed with obsessive attention. The scale is hard to comprehend. More than 8,000 soldiers already discovered, with many more believed to remain buried, each one sculpted individually. each one a face lost to time but preserved in stone. Their silence, too, becomes part of the story. They do not speak, they do not move, but they are not forgotten, and neither is the emperor they guard. Modern China sees the tomb not only as an archaeological treasure, but as a symbol of national identity, of cultural continuity stretching back farther than most can imagine. Tourists visit the museum, gaze at the figures behind glass, walk through the exhibits in quiet awe. But the heart remains closed. The emperor's chamber waits. Some imagine dazzling treasures inside jewels, manuscripts, statues never seen before. Others believe the true wealth lies not in material, but in insight clues about governance, astronomy, medicine, and belief systems frozen in a moment. Still others wonder if the tomb's power is less about what it holds and more about what it represents, the desire to shape memory, to influence not just the world we live in, but the one we imagine after we're gone. Qin Shi Huang tried to unify more than land. He tried to unify life and death, past and future, authority and eternity. And whether his efforts succeeded cannot be measured by conquest alone. The fact that we still speak of his tomb, still resist. The urge to open it, still sense something sacred in that sealed chamber. This, perhaps, is its greatest legacy. In an age that prizes revelation and speed, the tomb teaches patience. In a world of exposure, it offers concealment. In the noise of modern curiosity, it hums with quiet presence. The terracotta army may be its public face, but the sealed room beneath is its soul. As we imagine what lies within, we also reflect on ourselves, what we keep buried, what we leave unsaid, what we hope endures. The tomb of Qin Shi Huang is more than a historical site. It is a meditation on legacy, a sealed truth that, by remaining unopened, continues to open thoughts, questions, and wonder across generations. It is proof that some mysteries do not need solving to be understood. They only need to be respected. And in that respect, a story lives not in pages or artifacts, but in the space between them, the silence of a sealed room, beneath a quiet hill, in the heart of a land that still listens to its past, not with urgency, but with gentle care. Lascaux Caves, France. Art too fragile for light, beneath the gentle hills of southwestern France, where the earth folds softly over valleys of moss, oak, and limestone. There lies a sacred silence, hidden not by force, but by place where humanity first whispered in images rather than words, where ancient artists painted their thoughts into stone, and where, for thousands of years, the dark held its breath. This place is the Lascaux Caves, often called the Sistine Chapel of Prehistory, a title not meant to elevate, but to honor. For here, in a subterranean world, carved by time and water, are paintings that changed how we understand our own beginnings. Discovered by accident in 1940 by 4 boys chasing a dog through the countryside, the caves were like an unopened letter from the Paleolithic era, a message sent across millennia. What they found inside wasn't simple doodling or primitive decoration, it was something else. Entirely vast murals of animals, horses galloping across stone, stags with high antlers stretching to invisible skies, bison frozen mid-lep, bulls layered with strength and motion, painted with ochre, charcoal, and natural earth tones. The images flickered with life as light danced across the walls, as if the painters had captured breath, rhythm, and memory in motion. The Lascaux Caves held over 600 painted figures and nearly 1,500 engravings. scattered across chambers and passageways that curled like veins through the earth. Yet these weren't just art pieces. They were experiences, stories told without language, emotions shaped by color, gesture, and form. Each figure seemed to move even while standing still, animated by curves in the stone and the positioning of limbs. Some animals were painted with multiple legs to suggest movement. Others were drawn to scale, showing knowledge of anatomy and perspective rarely credited to people of that age. But who painted them, and why? The artists who created these images lived over 17,000 years ago, long before metal tools or permanent settlements. They hunted, gathered, observed, and somehow chose these cave walls to leave behind visions of what they saw, perhaps what they dreamed. No names remain, no dates, no written language, just echoes of spirit preserved in pigment. Some scholars believe the caves served as ritual spaces, places of shamanic trance or spiritual storytelling, where the boundaries between the seen and unseen grew thin. Others suggest they were early theaters of memory or survival guides encoded in symbols. Still others simply accept that we may never truly know, and in that mystery lies their enduring beauty. When the caves were opened to the public in the 1940s, they quickly became a marvel, drawing thousands of visitors, each carrying awe and warmth, but unknowingly also carrying something more harmful: breath, moisture, bacteria, carbon dioxide. Within just a few decades, this delicate ecosystem, touched for tens of thousands of years, began to show signs of stress. Mold appeared, algae bloomed, microclimates shifted. The cave began to weep in new ways, not from age, but from exposure. By the 1960s, the damage was undeniable, and so the doors were closed, sealing the art again in darkness, not out of secrecy, but out of love. What followed was a rare act of global humility. Instead of trying to preserve the paintings through exposure, a decision was made to protect them through absence. A full-scale replica, Lascaux II, was built nearby for visitors to experience the images without harming the originals. Advanced replicas like Lascaux III and IV would later follow, traveling the world and using cutting-edge technology to bring the cave to life while leaving the real one untouched. And so the original Lascaux returned to stillness. Inside, the temperature is constant, the air heavy, the silence complete. No footfalls echo through its halls. No camera flashes or whispering crowds disturb the shadows. It remains in a kind of gentle slumber, tended only by a handful of preservation experts who monitor its health like caretakers of a sacred dream. The paintings, too fragile for light, now exist in near total darkness, their colors protected not by glass, but by memory and respect. And yet, they endure, because the images themselves seem to reach beyond time, beyond visibility, touching something deep in our shared consciousness. They remind us that art did not begin with marble statues or illuminated manuscripts or gallery sit. Began in places like Lascaux, in flickering torchlight on cold stone walls, by people who did not know they were making history. They were simply expressing something inside them, perhaps reverence for the animals they hunted, or visions seen in dreams, or patterns passed down through song and gesture. These were not cave paintings, these were sacred marks, and the cave was not just a shelter, it was a cathedral, a mirror, a memory. When we speak of Lascaux now, we do so with both wonder and caution. For in protecting it, we also admit that not all knowledge should be touched. Some things must be felt, imagined, and held in delicate distance. We can scan, replicate, photograph, and map the cave in exquisite detail. But none of it fully captures the sense of presence, of standing where someone knelt thousands of years ago, grinding pigment between stones, brushing a shape onto rock not for applause, but for meaning. And maybe that's what draws us still, that quiet search for meaning. In a world where so much is loud, bright, and immediate, the Lascaux caves remind us that our deepest expressions come from silence. That long before we built towers, we built symbols. Long before we carved borders, we carved stories. And long before we wrote books, we painted animals on the walls of darkness, hoping that someone would understand. Even in isolation, Lascaux teaches. It teaches that beauty can be old and still relevant, fragile and still powerful, hidden and still deeply visible in the mind's eye. It tells us that humanity has always looked outward and inward at the same time, using art not just to document life, but to process it, to celebrate it, to make peace with it. And so the cave remains, unseen but not forgotten, its walls lined with wisdom that has outlived empires, wars, and revolutions. It exists in stillness, but not in silence, because every time someone speaks its name, remembers its art, or pauses to reflect on the hands that painted in the shadows, the cave breathes again, softly, gently. Its story continues, not in exposure, but in respect. The Lascaux caves are too fragile for light, yes, but they are not too fragile for reverence. They are not too fragile for dreams. And in their protected darkness, they shine brighter than ever, as a gift from the deep past to the slow heart of the present, asking nothing but care and giving everything in return. Poveglia Island, Italy, a plague island shrouded in silence, just beyond the gentle lapping of the Venetian lagoon, where gondolas glide and stone bridges whisper stories of romance and history. There lies a place that stands apart not by distance, but by memory. Poveglia Island, a small patch of land between Venice and Lido, sits wrapped in silence, its edges softened by time, but its center pulsing with stories that seem to rise with the mist that often curls around its crumbling structures at dawn. To look at it from afar is to see nothing particularly unusual: trees growing wild, brick ruins peeking through overgrowth, and the tall campanile of an old church, long silent, standing like a lone sentinel. But to the people of Venice and those who know its history, Poveglia is a place best left alone. It is not forbidden by force or fence. It is avoided by feeling. Its solitude is not peaceful, but purposeful, as though the island itself has drawn a boundary between itself and the world. The story of Poveglia begins, like many European islands, with quiet settlement. In Roman times, it served as a refuge for those fleeing barbarian invasions. Later, in the Middle Ages, it became a small but thriving community, with homes, vineyards, and trade routes that connected it to Venice's growing empire. But the tides of history shifted, as they often do, and with them came the invisible weight of illness. As plague swept across Europe in the 14th century, Venice, powerful maritime republic, found itself vulnerable. Ships entering the lagoon were required to dock at quarantine stations, and over time, certain islands were used to isolate the infected. Poveglia became one of those places. At first, it received the sick only in times of crisis. But as outbreaks recurred across the centuries, the island's role solidified. It became a permanent quarantine station, a place where those showing symptoms were sent, often forcibly, to live or die in isolation. It is said that thousands perished there, during repeated waves of plague, their bodies buried hastily in mass graves, or burned to prevent the spread of disease. The island became, in effect, a repository of sorrow, its soil heavy with the weight of human suffering. Yet the island's story did not end there. In the late 18th century, a lazaretto, a formal quarantine facility, was built, adding structure to the chaos. Patients were housed, treated as best they could be, and monitored by overworked doctors and staff. When the plague finally faded from Europe, the island was again left to time. But in the early 20th century, it found a new purpose. A psychiatric hospital was established on the ruins of earlier buildings, its tower and main halls still standing today, though now overtaken by vines and quiet decay. The hospital operated for several decades, treating patients with a variety of mental illnesses using the techniques available at the time, many of which we would now consider outdated or even cruel. Rumors, as they often do, grew around this chapter of the island's life, whispers of unethical experiments, harsh treatments, and an overall atmosphere of fear and neglect. Whether or not these stories are grounded in fact, they reflect a broader truth that Poveglia had become a place where the unwanted were sent, where society placed its burdens and then turned away. Eventually, the hospital closed, and the island was abandoned once more. Since the 1960s, it has stood empty, slowly returning to nature. Buildings crumble, floors collapse, ivy climbs higher each year. The dock where boats once brought patients now sees no visitors. The island is officially off limits to tourists, though occasional permits are granted for research or inspection. Still, even without fences, few approach. Fishermen steer wide of its shores. Locals speak of it rarely, and when they do, it is with a mixture of respect and distance. And yet, there is nothing visibly menacing about Poveglia. There are no monsters, no curses, no traps, just stillness. The mystery of Poveglia lies not in what it shows, but in what it holds. It is a place layered with human memory, with centuries of hope, fear, isolation, and release. Its trees grow from soil shaped by ash and bone. Its buildings echo with silence, not because they are empty, but because they remember. There is a kind of reverence in that, a reminder that history leaves marks not only in books and monuments, but in places the ground itself becomes a witness. Poveglia is one such witness. It does not call attention to itself. It does not seek restoration or reclamation. It simply continues, quietly. In recent years, there have been attempts to purchase or repurpose the island. Ideas have ranged from luxury hotels to heritage museums, yet none have succeeded. Some cite financial reasons, others logistical. But many believe the island resists not through force, but through presence. It does not scream, it does not push. It simply remains, as it is a space for memory, not reinvention. Those who have stepped foot on its shores speak of an immediate change in atmosphere, a kind of quiet that feels thicker than air. It is not frightening, but it is unmistakable, as if the island is aware, as if it remembers not just the people who came and went, but the emotions they left behind. And perhaps that is why Poveglia captures the imagination, not because of ghosts or curses, but because it reminds us that places, like people, can carry the echoes of what they've endured. The island is not haunted in the way movies suggest. It is haunted in the way that empty homes are haunted by stories, by what once was, by the echo of laughter, cries, and silence. Today, nature is reclaiming Poveglia. Trees grow through walls. Birds nest in broken roofs. Wind carries the scent of salt and stone. The island, once filled with voices, now hears only the rustle of leaves and the gentle splash of water against its dock. And in that return to stillness, it offers something profound, a meditation on time, on history, on how we treat those we cast aside. It is a place of memory, not misery, a space that holds its stories without shouting them. Poveglia does not need to be explored to be understood, it needs to be respected. In its continued isolation, it teaches something quiet but powerful, that some chapters of our shared human story are not meant to be reopened. They are meant to be remembered gently, from a distance, with care. The island may never see bustling life again. It may never become a tourist attraction or a resort, and perhaps that is exactly as it should be. In the wide tapestry of human history, some places serve not as destinations, but as reminders. Reminders of what we've survived, what we've feared, and what we've chosen to forget. Poveglia stands, still and unyielding, in the middle of the lagoon, not hidden, but not revealed. A quiet island where the air feels heavier, not from threat, but from memory. A place too full of history to be changed, and too sacred to be disturbed. Pine Gap, Australia. The eye in the outback, in the quiet heart of Australia, where red dust dances in endless waves across a landscape carved by time and silence. There rests a place few have seen closely, and even fewer truly understand, hidden. Beneath the vast blue sky of the Northern Territory, just outside the town of Alice Springs, is a facility that hums not with motion, but with purpose, a place known simply as Pine Gap. To passers-by, it appears as a cluster of white domes, known as redomes, quietly scattered across the desert floor like half-buried pearls. These structures sit behind tall fences, wrapped in security, guarded not by soldiers with weapons, but by layers of silence. And yet, despite its understated appearance, Pine Gap may be one of the most important and mysterious intelligence facilities on the planet, officially named the Joint Defense Facility, Pine Gap. It was established in the late 1960s during the Cold War as part of a cooperation between Australia and the United States. From its earliest days, the base served as a listening post, a surveillance hub, and a crucial node in a global network that stretches beyond borders and into orbit. While much of what occurs there remains classified, what is publicly known, or at least widely suspected, is that Pine Gap plays a central role in monitoring satellites, tracking missile launches, gathering signals intelligence, and supporting military operations across the globe. But beyond its operational scope, Pine Gap fascinates because it sits at the crossroads of secrecy and sovereignty, of alliance and autonomy. Here, in the middle of a sparsely populated desert, the quiet winds whisper across barbed wire and satellite dishes, carrying with them questions that have lingered for decades. What is truly being watched from Pine Gap? Who decides what is done there? And why, in a country that values openness and democratic process, does so much about this place remain officially unspoken? For many Australians, Pine Gap exists in a kind of liminal space, present but intangible. The base provides local jobs, injects funding into the economy of Alice Springs, and supports technological development. Yet, its inner workings remain opaque even to those who live just kilometers away. The Australian government shares oversight, but much of the command structure, data flow, and decision-making power appears to reside with agencies in the United States, particularly the CIA and NSA. This dynamic has fueled a quiet discomfort. Among those who wonder how much control Australia really maintains over what occurs on its own soil, Pine Gap is said to play a crucial role in intelligence gathering missions across Asia, the Middle East, and beyond, assisting in drone operations, locating military targets, and intercepting communications across vast regions. It is linked to satellite systems that watch not just Earth, but space itself, monitoring for missile launches, tracking foreign satellites, and mapping digital footprints invisible to the naked eye. Yet despite its vast technological scope, what makes Pine Gap so enigmatic is not simply what it sees, but what it chooses to reveal and what it keeps hidden. The domes conceal sensitive instruments, but they also symbolize something deeper: the modern tension between security and transparency, between cooperation and dependency. Over the years, Pine Gap has been the subject of protest and critique. Peace activists, indigenous leaders, environmentalists, and privacy advocates have all voiced concern, some citing the base's potential role in military actions that Australia has no voice in authorizing, others pointing to the lack of oversight, and still others reminding us that this land was once home to a rarity people long before it became a node in global surveillance. The surrounding landscape, with its ancient ridges and ochre soil, holds a different kind of memory, a memory of dreamtime, of stories passed through generations, not with secrecy, but with sacred care. This contrast between old and new, open and hidden, local and global, makes Pine Gap not just a facility, but a symbol of how history, geography, and politics converge. Despite the base's cloak of secrecy, fragments of its function have surfaced through journalism, whistleblowers, and investigative reporting. Some documents suggest Pine Gap contributes to intelligence used in targeted strikes, raising ethical debates about responsibility and consent. Others point to its role in cyber surveillance, tapping into undersea cables and tracking signals far beyond Australia's shores. And yet, no official statement fully confirms or denies the full extent of these operations. The government's silence is framed as necessary for national security, but for many, it raises more questions than it answers. What happens when a democracy allows secrecy to expand beyond scrutiny? Can partnerships built in the name of peace still lead to unintended consequences? These are not simple questions, and Pine Gap does not offer simple answers. Instead, it offers presence, quiet, unwavering presence, in a landscape that otherwise seems untouched by modern urgency. And perhaps that's what makes it so powerful. In a world where information moves at the speed of light, and conflicts are fought with code as much as with weapons, Pine Gap represents a still point, a silent sentinel watching from the desert. Its very invisibility makes it unforgettable. Even the design of its radams, smooth, white, almost featureless, evokes a sense of calm. They do not threaten, they do not speak, but they see and they transmit. And somewhere, decisions are made based on what they know. Yet for all its technological might, Pine Gap remains a human place. People work there. They arrive each day through secure checkpoints, pass through anonymous corridors, sit before glowing monitors, and make choices that ripple outward across oceans, borders, and skies. And then they go home, blending into the town like any other workers. This blend of the ordinary and the extraordinary is part of what gives Pine Gap its quiet power. It is a place of secrets nested within routines, a global node wrapped in local rhythm, a reminder that even in the age of satellites and surveillance, the most powerful forces can remain unseen. The base's remote location adds to its mystery. The outback is vast, harsh, and breathtaking. It offers both concealment and distance. No major cities crowd its borders. No heavy traffic hums nearby. The red desert stretches in every direction, dotted only by shrubs, ancient rocks, and the occasional road that seems to lead nowhere. This isolation is not accidental. It is strategic. In the quiet of the desert, signals are clearer, data flows unpolluted, and the base becomes both a sanctuary and a shield. Those who visit the region often speak of an uncanny stillness, fear, but an awareness that something important is nearby, even if they cannot see it. And in that quiet space, Pine Gap thrives. It does not demand attention. It does not declare itself, but it does not forget. In many ways, Pine Gap represents the modern paradox of power: to be everywhere, yet nowhere, to listen without speaking, to influence without being seen. Its story is not one of action, but of presence, not of conflict, but of tension. And it invites us to ask not just what it is, but what it means. In the quiet hum of its machines, in the smooth arc of its domes, in the red dust that gathers at its fence line, Pine Gap tells us that some of the most important forces in our world today do not shout. They watch, and in watching, they shape. Whether that shaping serves only security or also invites reflection depends on how we choose to engage, not with force, but with thought, not with intrusion, but with awareness. Pine Gap remains in the heart of a vast and beautiful land, a place too silent to ignore, too important to explain. And as the stars wheel overhead and the desert sleeps beneath, the base continues its quiet vigil, neither asking for recognition nor giving away its gaze, simply remaining a quiet eye in the outback, always open. The mausoleum of the first emperor and the mountain that covers it, in the quiet plains of Shanxi province, near the ancient city of Xi'an in central China, lies a hill that rises gently from the earth, almost like a natural mound or a soft fold in the land. To the casual eye, it appears modest, unassuming, just another feature in a region known for its deep ties to history. But beneath this hill, wrapped in layers of untouched soil, mystery, and silent reverence, rests the unopened tomb of Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of a unified China. His name echoes with the weight of dynasties, conquests, and monumental ambitions. It was he who, more than 2,000 years ago, brought together warring states under one rule, who ordered the construction of the Great Wall's early foundations, and who imagined an afterlife so vast that it required its own empire. The mausoleum he left behind, constructed between 246 and 208 BCE, is perhaps the most elaborate burial site ever conceived, not just a tomb, but a city of the dead. And yet, despite its grandeur, it remains sealed, untouched by modern excavation. While the discovery of the Terracotta Army in 1974 revealed thousands of life-size soldiers guarding its approach, the central chamber where the emperor himself is said to rest has never been opened. It is there, beneath the mound, that the heart of this mystery lives, a chamber of secrets, undisturbed not by accident, but by design. Why has it never been excavated? The question lingers, gentle yet persistent, like the whisper of wind across the fields above. The answer is complex and layered, much like the soil that protects the tomb. According to historical records, particularly the records of the Grand Historian written by Sima Qian, nearly a century after the emperor's death, the interior of the mausoleum is unlike anything the world has ever seen. It speaks of entire palaces replicated underground, of constellations mapped across the ceiling in pearls, and of rivers and seas fashioned from flowing mercury that shimmer in eternal motion. Traps were said to be installed, crossbows set to fire upon intruders. The structure was sealed so thoroughly that even after thousands of years, it might still hold its secrets intact. But beyond the intrigue of treasure and ancient engineering lies a deeper question, one of respect, timing, and preservation. Modern Chinese authorities have stated their reasons clearly. The technology to properly excavate and preserve what lies within does not yet exist. And perhaps, more importantly, the will to disturb it has not yet taken root. The terracotta army, exposed to air after over 2 millennia underground, began to lose its vibrant color almost immediately. Despite careful efforts, pigments faded, materials cracked, and many artifacts were irreversibly altered. That lesson lingers heavily in the minds of those who now safeguard the emperor's tomb. If even the guards of the tomb could not withstand exposure, how much more delicate must be the chamber they were meant to protect. And so the hill remains closed, a decision not born from secrecy, but from patience. In this waiting there is wisdom, for to rush the uncovering of such a sight would risk destroying it, and more than that, it would risk losing a moment in time that still belongs to the future. To stand before the mound today is to feel a stillness that reaches backward. It is a place where the earth breathes quietly over centuries of memory. Above ground, the site has become a place of pilgrimage and wonder. Visitors walk among the ranks of the terracotta warriors, one unique, each face carved with astonishing detail. Try to imagine the man who ordered their creation. The scale of the complex, which spans over 50 square kilometers, suggests a vision not merely of power, but of eternity. Qin Shi Huang did not build for death, he built for continuation. The mausoleum was meant to be a mirror of his kingdom, a space where he could continue to rule beyond the mortal world. He brought craftsmen from across the empire, ordered construction that spanned decades, and demanded a legacy not of stone, but of permanence. And yet, for all his might, the tomb has not shouted its presence. It waits gently beneath earth and grass, beneath clouds that drift silently overhead. Geophysical surveys have confirmed the shape of the central burial chamber, and tests have indicated unusually high levels of mercury in the soil, lending credence to the ancient descriptions of mercury rivers. But even this evidence is met with caution. Excavating the tomb would mean piercing a seal that is held for over 2,000 years. It would mean making a choice that cannot be undone, and so scholars, archaeologists, and leaders have chosen another path: observation without intrusion. In that choice lies a certain grace, a recognition that not all knowledge must be touched to be understood. The unopened tomb reminds us of the quiet power of restraint. In an age where so much is immediate, where curiosity often demands instant answers, the mausoleum of the first emperor stands as a lesson in patience. It teaches that mystery has its place, that reverence can coexist with inquiry, and that sometimes the most profound truths are those not yet spoken. Beneath the mound may lie unimaginable treasures, sartifacts, inscriptions, technologies lost to time, but above it lies a deeper treasure still, the understanding that some stories are not yet ready to be told. The terracotta army, with its silent ranks and frozen formations, offers only a glimpse. It tells us that the emperor prepared for eternity not with fear, but with intention. Each figure, whether soldier, archer, or horse, was placed with care, as if to form a bridge between the world of the living and that of the afterlife. But the man himself, the emperor, the builder of empires, the seeker of immortality remains, cloaked in shadow. His final resting place is not a spectacle, it is a silence. And that silence speaks volumes. It reminds us that history is not only about what we uncover, but about what we choose to protect. The mausoleum, as it stands today, is both a physical structure and a symbol. It is a place where time rests gently on the shoulders of stone, where questions remain unanswered, not from neglect, but from wisdom, and where the future may one day meet the past in a moment of careful discovery. Until then, the hill will remain, gently rising from the landscape, a part of the earth yet apart from it. Tourists will come and go, scholars will wander, and the sun will rise and set over fields that hold their breath. And beneath it all, in darkness deeper than night, the emperor waits not for fame, not for fortune, but for understanding. When the time is right, when the world is ready, perhaps the chamber will open. But for now, it remains one of humanity's most profound mysteries, a mountain that hides not just a tomb, but a philosophy, a belief that some truths are worth waiting for. That reverence is a form of knowledge. That silence, in its own way, tells the greatest story of all. Niihau Island, Hawaii, the forbidden island, far across the Pacific, where the ocean glows in shifting hues of sapphire and jade. There lies an island barely visible from the more traveled shores of Kauai, shrouded in distance, both literal and cultural. It is a place few have ever seen closely, and even fewer truly understand. This island is Niihau, often called the Forbidden Island, a small, privately owned sliver of land just 17 miles southwest of Kauai's western coast. At first glance, its landscape is like a soft memory of old Hawaii, rolling plains kissed by trade winds, untouched beaches that stretch unbroken, and dry grasslands where the air feels older than the sky. But more than its appearance, it is the island's spirit, its silence, and its careful isolation that give Niihau its gentle mystique. With a population of only around 70 residents, many of them native Hawaiians who have lived there for generations, Niihau remains one of the only places where the Hawaiian language is still spoken as a first language, where traditions are lived rather than remembered, and where the hum of modernity has never fully arrived. There are no paved roads, no power lines connect it to the grid, no commercial businesses crowd its coastline. Instead, Niihau exists in a delicate bubble of time, protected not just by ownership, but by choice. In 1864, Elizabeth Sinclair, a Scottish woman whose descendants would later become part of Hawaii's Robinson family, purchased the island from King Kamehameha V for $10,000 in gold. The king reportedly agreed to the sale under the condition that the island's people and way of life be preserved. That promise has shaped the island's story ever since. The Robinson family has kept Niihau private for over 150 years, enforcing limited access, avoiding tourism, and refusing most modern development. Their commitment to cultural preservation is as unbending as the island's ancient cliffs. This isolation has earned Niihau its nickname, the Forbidden Island, though the word forbidden may mislead. The island is not hidden out of fear or secrecy, but held apart in protection like a rare book kept closed. Not because it is forbidden to read, but because opening it without care might cause the pages to fade. The people who live on Niihau, descendants of those who lived there long before the purchase, lead quiet lives rooted in subsistence, tradition, and community. They fish the surrounding seas, farm the dry land, and maintain customs passed down for generations. Hawaiian remains their language, not as an academic subject, but as a living expression of identity. Churches still gather without amplification. Schoolchildren learn about the world from teachers who live just a short walk away. Days are shaped not by schedules and screens, but by weather, tide, and the rhythms of the land. Visitors are not entirely forbidden, but their presence is strictly controlled. Occasionally, the island hosts brief, supervised tours, often limited to helicopter flyovers or half-day visits that avoid personal contact with residents. Journalists, researchers, and curious tourists are typically denied access. And while this privacy has sparked speculation and even conspiracy in some circles, those who understand the island's purpose know that its stillness is not a result of mystery. It is a form of preservation. Niihau represents something that is quietly vanishing in the modern world, an unbroken cultural line, a space where heritage is not archived but alive. And in its continued existence, it raises questions that float gently through the mind like clouds drifting across its quiet sky. What do we lose when every place is opened, every story told, every path paved? What wisdom rests in choosing not to change? Unlike other islands in the Hawaiian chain that have seen rapid transformation from royal courts to tourist destinations, from volcanic land to resort property, Hau has remained itself. It has not resisted time. It has simply moved with it differently. The land here is not lush in the way outsiders expect from Hawaii. It is dry, often arid, and yet full of life. Wildflowers bloom in the right season. Eucalyptus trees whisper in the evening winds. Monk seals, endangered and elusive, bask on its shores without fear. Birds that are extinct elsewhere still sing. Here, their songs preserved, not in laboratories, but in open sky. The island is a sanctuary, not just for culture, but for nature. The Robinson family continues to oversee the island's management, balancing traditional lifestyles with limited modern infrastructure like solar panels, water catchment systems, and satellite communications. But these adaptations are quietly woven into life, not allowed to dominate or define it. The people of Niihau are not frozen in time. They are moving through it with intention. They make choices each day about what to keep and what to allow in. And in those choices lies a wisdom few modern societies remember. The idea that progress is not always about addition. Sometimes it is about gentle refusal. The quiet strength of Niihau is this. It is not an island that demands attention. It does not advertise itself. It does not expand. It does not evolve on someone else's timeline. It exists peacefully, intentionally. And in that existence, it teaches something subtle but powerful. That silence can be a form of strength. That tradition can be a shield. That to say no when the world expects yes can be the most profound form of freedom. In a way, Niihau is a mirror not of our present, but of what we could remember if we paused long enough to listen. The island's stories are told in chants and family gatherings, in handmade lays and fishing trips, in children who speak the language of their ancestors without ever needing translation. And yet, most of the world will never hear these stories firsthand. They are not broadcast. They are not recorded. They are lived. For those who fly over the island or glimpse its distant shore from a passing boat, there is a temptation to see it as mysterious, even secretive. But those feelings say more about the outside world than about Niihau. We are so used to access, so conditioned to explore, that when something remains out of reach, we label it strange. But Ni Hao is not strange. It is sacred, and its inaccessibility is its strength. It is not a mystery to be solved, but a heritage to be respected. As the sun sets over the Pacific, casting long golden shadows across the dry grasses and the silhouettes of lone trees, Ni Hao does not change pace. Its evenings come gently. The wind moves across it like a lullaby. In homes built by hand and lit softly by evening light, families gather. They do not wonder what the world thinks of their island. They do not measure their value by exposure. They live, they remember, they carry forward. And the island, quiet and untouched, continues with them. In a world that moves quickly, Ni Hao is a breath held softly. It is a whisper in the vastness, and in its whisper it tells us something. We have nearly forgotten that sometimes the deepest stories are the ones never told, only lived. Woomera Prohibited Area, Australia, the world's largest closed zone in the vast, sunburnt heart of South Australia, lies a place so large, so empty to the eye, and yet so restricted in purpose, that its very silence echoes across deserts, dunes, and generations of speculation. This is the Woomera Prohibited Area, a stretch of land spanning over 122,000 square kilometers, larger than many entire countries tucked away in the arid outback, where red earth meets cloudless sky and where time itself seems to pause in the heat. To the ordinary traveler, Woomera might appear unremarkable, a sparse, windswept landscape dotted with salt lakes, low shrubs, and a sky that reaches endlessly in every direction. But beneath its surface, behind signs warning of restricted entry, and protected fences few dare cross, lies one of the most enigmatic and tightly controlled regions on the planet. Created in 1947 as part of a joint initiative between Australia and the United Kingdom, Woomera was originally conceived as a missile and rocket testing range and open-air laboratory for experiments in defense, space exploration, and advanced weaponry. At its peak during the Cold War, it buzzed with activity as engineers, military officials, and scientists tested new technologies far from prying eyes. Today, it remains active under the stewardship of the Australian Department of Defence, and its purpose, while partially known, continues to be the subject of intense curiosity. What exactly is being tested in this space so large that it could swallow Belgium or South Korea whole and still have room to spare? The answers offered publicly are technical and restrained: military trials, aerospace experiments, satellite calibration, and weapons development. But what gives Woomera its mysterious weight is not what is said, it is what is left unsaid. The landscape, barren to the eye, becomes a canvas for questions. Its silence invites speculation. Its remoteness nurtures legends. And all the while, the ground beneath remains untouched by civilian footsteps, held in quiet reserve for uses unknown. Unlike the secrets hidden underground in other forbidden zones, Woomera's secrecy lies in the open, in the air above and the space beyond. It is here that rockets have launched toward the upper atmosphere. It is here that unmanned aerial vehicles are tested, that hypersonic flight is imagined, and that surveillance technologies possibly orbit into practice before ever seeing the battlefield or the marketplace. The terrain, dry and unforgiving, offers a perfect backdrop for isolation, ideal for recording data without interruption, ideal for controlling variables, ideal for ensuring that eyes from outside do not see what is not meant to be seen. The region's history deepens its enigma. During the mid-20th century, the British government conducted nuclear weapons testing at nearby Ralinga, a name that still stirs unease among those who recall the fallout, both literal and cultural, that followed. Though Woomera itself was not the epicenter of the nuclear detonations, it played a supporting role in tracking, monitoring, and testing associated technologies. Over time, as military needs evolved, so too did the area's use. Portions were repurposed for space exploration, satellite communication, and advanced research, often in partnership with allied nations. And still, for all this activity, very little is shared in public forums. Visitors are rarely allowed beyond specific, supervised zones. Even local Australians are often unaware of what unfolds just beyond the shimmering horizon of heat and secrecy. The Aboriginal peoples of the region, including the Kokatha and other First Nations communities, have long lived with the land's quiet force. For them, Woomera is not just a government facility, but a part of a much older story, one written in the rocks, sung in the dreaming, and etched into memory by ancestors whose footprints cross the desert with reverence. While compensation and consultation have occurred over the years, the broader relationship between the defense program and indigenous custodians remains layered and complex. With land that once held ceremonies now marked by runways, bunkers, and surveillance equipment. And yet, even here, amid tensions and transitions, the land speaks, not in alarms or explosions, but in wind and silence. A silence so profound that it becomes its own form of presence. For those who work at Woomera or study it from afar, the intrigue lies not in what can be seen, but in what is felt, the sense that somewhere out there, beyond the visible perimeter, history is being shaped by decisions made under great discretion. These decisions ripple outward, influencing technologies, strategies, and futures. And all the while, the world watches Woomera, not with cameras or drones, but with quiet fascination. Unlike Area 51, which has become a pop culture symbol of secrecy, Woomera remains more elusive, less romanticized, but equally impenetrable. Its distance from urban centers contributes to its mystery. The nearest towns are small and scattered, offering little infrastructure and fewer stories. Even the workers who live in the small Woomera village maintain a silence expected of those entrusted with sensitive knowledge. Daily life there appears calm, almost mundane: school runs, grocery shopping, community barbecues. But beyond the fence, beyond the checkpoints and access cards, something else unfolds. Whether it is experimental aircraft slicing through the upper air, data signals bouncing across the curvature of Earth, or defense systems being refined for a world increasingly shaped by invisible threats, Woomera carries out its duties without fanfare. It is, in many ways, a model of modern control, vast, understated, efficient, and unyielding. Satellite imagery can capture parts of it, yet no image reveals its heart. Reports and statements may outline its purpose, but they do not unveil its soul. And perhaps that is where its power lies, not just in what it holds, but in how completely it holds it. The question then becomes not just what is being tested, but why such a large space is still needed. In an age of digital simulations and remote testing, why does Woomera endure as a physical, terrestrial location of such magnitude? The answer may lie in the unpredictability of real environments, in the need for physical proof, in the subtle shifts of weather, signal interference, and materials under stress that can only be experienced firsthand. Or perhaps the answer is simply that Woomera, like the technologies it supports, continues to evolve in ways the public may never fully grasp. Some believe it is part of a broader defense shield, capable of intercepting ballistic threats or managing orbital assets. Others suggest research in directed energy weapons, artificial intelligence, or quantum computing might be unfolding quietly within its perimeter. These ideas are speculative, yes, but speculation often thrives where information retreats. What remains certain is that the land itself bears the imprint of secrets. Runways stretch across the desert like scars. Hangars rise from the ground like modern ruins. Monitoring stations blink silently in the dark. And still, the wind moves over it all, brushing across metal and sand alike, as if nature itself accepts the presence of human ambition, so long as it, too, remains humble in the face of time. For beneath all the secrecy, all the technology, all the restricted zones and protocols, Woomera is still a place of earth. Its skies are visited by wedge-tailed eagles. Its soil is home to lizards and marsupials. Its salt lakes shimmer under the sun in hues that change with the season. And in this convergence of ancient land and futuristic purpose, the greatest mystery of Woomera may be the one we rarely consider, that it is not just a testing ground for missiles or machines, but a place where the limits of power are tested quietly against the patience of the natural world. In the end, Woomera does not announce itself. It does not need to. It waits, it watches, it records, and it continues. In its vast silence, it carries the weight of 1,000 unseen trials. And somewhere in that stillness, between heat waves and wind, it tells a story, one not of explosions or breakthroughs, but of boundaries. Boundaries drawn not just in sand, but in trust, in control, and in time itself. Ref. Menwith Hill, UK. A web of listening. Amid the gentle hills of North Yorkshire. England, in a quiet expanse of green countryside that rolls like an old quilt under the English sky, sits a place whose shape feels oddly futuristic at its story stretches far back into decades of silent purpose. This is RAF Menwith Hill, and while it may look from a distance like a peaceful science facility nestled within the folds of the earth, those white geodesic domes, dozens of them, gently reflecting clouds and sun, tell a quieter story. Known simply as radomes, these massive golf ball-like structures don't just dot the landscape, they define it. Each dome houses powerful satellite dishes, listening devices, and surveillance systems said to be part of a vast global network of communications monitoring. But inside their hard shells, under layers of steel and secrecy, lies a mystery not built to be feared, but designed to be misunderstood. Because RAF Menwith Hill isn't just a British facility, and it isn't just about radar. It's part of an international agreement, chiefly between the United Kingdom and the United States, and forms a central node in a global system of intelligence gathering, digital listening, and satellite communication management that stretches invisibly across borders and through time. For decades, whispers around this facility have spoken of its involvement in the Echelon network, a highly classified signals intelligence program said to be capable of intercepting communications from virtually any source: phones, emails, faxes, satellite transmissions, and more. Though never officially confirmed in its full scope, the existence of such a system has been the subject of parliamentary hearings, investigative journalism, and deep curiosity from civil liberties groups. And yet, RAF Menwith Hill has remained stoically quiet, its domes standing still as sheep graze nearby and light English rain falls upon their curved surfaces. The base was established during the Cold War, a time when intelligence was currency and information itself became the terrain of new geopolitical conflicts. Opened in 1954, the facility was originally designed to monitor Soviet military communications. As technology advanced, so did Men with Hill's capabilities. From early radio interception to the rise of digital data, fiber optic cables, and satellite surveillance, the site has grown into a sprawling network of antennas, buildings, underground, command centers, and classified equipment. While operated under the banner of the Royal Air Force, much of its daily activity is conducted by personnel from the United States National Security Agency, NSA, working in tandem with British intelligence. This blending of jurisdiction adds another quiet layer to its mystique. For locals driving past, the base is just part of the background, fenced and restricted, but not loud or intrusive. There are no fighter jets, no airstrips bustling with activity, just domes and grass, wind and cloud. And in this calm appearance, it begins to feel like a metaphor for the type of work done within: quiet observation, invisible capture, constant recording. The world beyond the base races on with digital communication, unaware of the systems built to follow its echoes. The idea that one location could absorb and process signals from across the globe is a fascinating one. An RAF Men with Hill, with its unobtrusive beauty and quiet posture, becomes a center not of confrontation but of collection. The signals come and go, some bouncing from satellites, some traveling through cables beneath the oceans, others floating through the air on frequencies we never hear. And somewhere within the domes, machines listen, not with judgment or emotion, but with algorithmic intensaging, filtering, and storing. It's believed that Men with Hill doesn't just collect intelligence, it helps sort it. Algorithms prioritize, organize, and forward data through secure digital corridors to decision makers far away, where actions are eventually taken, or sometimes not. But what makes Men with Hill different from a simple listening post is the scale. Over the years, reports suggest that it has contributed to everything from monitoring hostile states to tracking terrorist activities, from coordinating military strategy to cyber surveillance. Yet, for all this complexity, the base itself remains eerily still. Its gates are closed, its personnel are rarely seen, and its purpose, though occasionally outlined in official terms, as intelligence support, is rarely discussed in detail. The mystery lies not in what is visible, but in what is omitted. What exactly is recorded, and what is deleted. What is stored, and what is left to vanish like fog across the moors. And as our world becomes more connected, does a place like Men with Hill grow in importance or quietly shift into obsolescence? These questions don't demand answers. They drift softly, like mist, around the base's perimeter. Because what RAF Men with Hill offers is not just data offers a reflection of how the modern world thinks about privacy, safety, and knowledge. It raises gentle thoughts about how much is watched, how much is known, and how deeply the digital age has intertwined with the natural world. This base, located in the heart of England's countryside, reminds us that the boundaries between fields and files, clouds and servers, are thinner than they seem. And yet, despite this awareness, life around the facility goes on unchanged. Sheep wander the nearby farms, rain nurtures the soil, birds glide quietly across a sky mirrored by the domes below. To walk near Men with Hill is to feel the odd coexistence of the ordinary and the extraordinary. There is no sound of machinery, no visible tension, only the quiet hum of modern existence passing silently through invisible wires and waves. The land itself does not resist. It absorbs the presence of the base like a hill accepts a stone, acknowledging but not disturbed. For some, this blending of nature and surveillance feels unsettling. For others, it is simply the shape of a modern world where safety is often negotiated in shadows. Yet, when seen through a calmer lens, Menwith Hill becomes not a place of fear, but of function. It performs its role, not with fanfare, but with consistency. It doesn't demand attention, nor does it repel it. It simply exists, recording, waiting. It becomes a kind of mirror for our age, a landscape of silence that holds echoes of everything we say. For the listener drifting off to sleep with this image in mind, the domes of Menwith Hill might feel less like symbols of secrecy and more like gentle observers of the world's endless whispering. They do not intrude on our lives, but rather float above them, catching pieces of our collective speech as if gathering feathers blown by wind. In this way, they are strangely poetic white orbs against green land, capturing the invisible breath of the planet. Their purpose, though serious and structured, does not shout, it hums. And in that hum lies a reminder that so much of our modern reality is composed not of noise, but of signals. The bass, for all its complexity, becomes a place of simplicity. It listens, it filters, it connects, and it continues. Beneath its domes, within its halls, men and women work in silence, guided by protocols and protected by barriers. They are not often seen, and they are rarely heard. Yet their presence ripples outward in ways we seldom recognize. The emails that move from continent to continent, the phone calls, the news alerts, the systems of protection, response, and understanding. All these may, at one point or another, pass through Menwith Hill's invisible hands. And as the world grows louder, more connected, more digital, the base remains still anchored to the earth, gazing at the sky, and reaching into the signals that fill the space between. For the dreamer listening to this, the mystery of Raf Menwith Hill is not a riddle to solve. It is a presence to observe, a reminder that in every modern system, behind every message and map and line of code, there are places built to understand. Whether we agree with that purpose or question it, Menwith Hill continues, quietly, gently, and with a kind of enduring calm that reflects the very landscape it inhabits. And so the domes remain, their white shells glowing under moonlight or mist, steady as breath, curved like echoes, holding secrets not to scare, but to study, reminding us that in the great web of listening that now wraps our world, there are places that do not speak, but still say everything. Ai's grand shrine, Japan's sacred wood, and reborn walls, tucked gently into the forests of me. Prefecture in Japan lies a sacred site, unlike any other on earth, a place where the scent of fresh timber mingles with the stillness of ritual, and where architecture becomes not just a structure, but a rhythm of time. This is the Ai's Grand Shrine, or Ai's Jinga, a spiritual complex so revered that even those who live near its wooded borders often speak of it with a hushed respect. Dedicated to the sun goddess Amaterasu, the mythical ancestor of Japan's imperial family, Ai's is more than a religious site. It is a living memory, rebuilt from the ground up every 20 years in a continuous cycle that has lasted for over a millennium, with roots reaching back to the 3rd or 4th century. This shrine has been torn down and recreated on sacred ground more than 60 times, always in precise accordance with ancient blueprints, always with sacred trees from the same forests, and always under the guidance of priests and artisans trained in traditions that span generations. But perhaps the most quietly astonishing truth is this: while millions of pilgrims and curious travelers visit the grounds around the shrine each year, None may step foot within the inner sanctum, not even the emperor himself, only the high priest or priestess, traditionally a member of the imperial family, may cross that invisible threshold where the deity is believed to dwell. This restricted inner space, veiled from all eyes, becomes the center of a profound cultural heartbeat, pulsing not with spectacle, but with serenity, silence, and repetition. The rebuilding, called Shikinen Sengar, is not simply a renovation. It is a sacred act of renewal, a ritual of impermanence and preservation wrapped together like woven threads. Every 20 years, an exact replica of the current shrine is constructed on a nearby clearing adjacent to the old site. Once complete, the sacred mirror of Amaterasu is transferred in a solemn midnight procession, and the old shrine is respectfully dismantled. This process, echoing across centuries, ensures that while the materials may age and decay, the spirit, the design, and the act of devotion remain untouched. Even as the physical form dies, the intention is reborn. In this, the eye's grand shrine teaches not permanence, but eternal renewal, an architectural embodiment of life itself, quietly reminding us that things may pass, but they can also begin again, stronger, purer, wiser. Surrounded by towering cypress trees, with gravel paths carefully raked each morning and wooden torii gates aging quietly in the sun, the shrine does not overwhelm with grandeur. There are no golden domes, no high spires, no elaborate carvings to dazzle the eye. Instead, its elegance lies in simplicity in painted wood, thatched roofs tied down with wooden beams, and clean lines that melt into the natural world around them. The materials used, particularly hinoki cypress, are sourced with intention, treated with reverence, and carved using hand tools passed down through generations of craftsmen known as miyadaiku. Their work is not innovation for its own sake, but mastery of repetition, spiritual choreography where precision is love, and devotion is measured in every grain of sand smoothed, every beam polished to quiet perfection. Even the tools themselves are sometimes buried with honor after each reconstruction, as though they too are part of the living cycle. This continuity of care extends to the forest itself, which is considered sacred and is maintained as both a resource and a living shrine. The trees that will form the next shrine are planted decades in advance, their growth quietly watched by caretakers who know they may never live to see the tree's eventual role in the shrine's rebirth. It is a generational trust act, of faith that what begins with one hand will be completed by another. In this way, the eye's shrine becomes not just a place, but a bridge between past and future, held steady by the present moment. Walking the approach to the shrine, the atmosphere changes. The gravel crunches softly underfoot, the filtered light through ancient trees dances gently, and the air carries a kind of stillness that feels deliberate, as though the forest itself pauses to breathe more slowly. The deeper one moves, the fewer distractions. There are no photography allowed, no loud voices permitted, and even the architecture becomes more hidden, more intimate. At the final gates, one sees only hints of the inner buildings, protected by high wooden fences and layers of privacy. And yet, it is precisely this invisibility that makes eyes so quietly powerful. What cannot be seen becomes more deeply imagined. What cannot be entered becomes more deeply felt. The soul of eyes is not on display. It is held in trust. For a listener slowly drifting into rest, this rhythm of rebuilding, of reverence, of quiet simplicity offers a kind of peace rare in modern life. In a world that chases innovation, the eye's shrined whispers of tradition, In a time obsessed with preservation, it teaches the beauty of letting go. And in cultures that build to last, eyes rebuilds to remember. That act alone holds a soft paradox by constantly renewing, it never truly changes, and by never staying the same, it remains eternal. Beyond the physical, the rituals associated with the shrine's life are deep and careful. The okihiki ceremonies, where communities help transport materials by hand, remind all involved that this is not the work of elites alone, but of the people. Men and women, young and old, form human chains to carry sacred timber, singing traditional songs as they walk. In doing so, they become part of the shrine's body, part of its breath. This blending of the sacred and the communal grounds the mystery of eyes, not in legend, but in shared purpose. And so, over centuries, from emperors to artisans, from priests to pilgrims, the shrine continues to be remade, not just in wood, but in spirit. The sacred mirror of Amaterasu, one of the 3 imperial regalia of Japan, is believed to be enshrined here. And though no one outside the highest spiritual ranks may see it, its presence is felt like a gentle wind moving through the trees unseen, yet unmistakable. The stories say that the mirror reflects truth, that it does not distort, and that it reminds its bearer to look inward before looking outward. Perhaps the shrine itself does the same, by hiding its deepest sanctum, by rebuilding. In silence, it asks us to reflect not on what we see, but on what we understand. In that way, it becomes more than sacred, it becomes a teacher, one that does not lecture, but simply exists. The shrine also represents Japan's unique relationship with time, impermanence, and nature. In contrast to the Western idea of building monuments to outlast time, Eyes embraces wabi-sabi, the beauty of transience, the grace of imperfection, and the wisdom of things passing. The old shrine, when dismantled, is not discarded as waste. Its parts are respectfully distributed to smaller shrines across the country, allowing its spirit to ripple outward like concentric circles in still water. Nothing is lost, only transformed. As the world outside grows faster, louder, and more uncertain, the Eye's grand shrine remains steady. Each cycle of rebuilding is planned decades in advance, each beam of wood chosen years before it is needed. Time here is not an enemy but a partner, walking gently alongside those who preserve the sacred. And though the modern world brushes against its edges, tourists, historians, cameras, and news, nothing seems to disturb its inner calm. It does not resist the future. It simply welcomes it on its own terms. For the weary heart, there is something healing in this knowledge that somewhere in the world there exists a place that has quietly, patiently rebuilt itself for over 1,000 years. Not to be different, but to be faithful. That in a remote forest, sacred wood is cut and shaped not for innovation, but for continuity. That rebirth can be ritual, and ritual can be love. And that love, expressed over centuries by unseen hands, can build something so profoundly silent that it touches even those who never see it. As sleep begins to gently wrap itself around the listener, this shrine, this rhythm continues unseen. In the dark, soft forest of me, beams are being carved. Trees are quietly growing. Plans are quietly unfolding for a future renewal that will occur long after we are gone. And when that time comes, the new shrine will rise beside the old, fresh, and yet familiar. A mirror not of stone, but of intention. And through it all, Eyes will remain not as a single structure, but as a heartbeat in wood and spirit, reminding us softly that some of the most sacred things are not built to last. They are built to return. Surtsey Island, Iceland, Earth's newborn island, off limits in the vastness of the North Atlantic Ocean. Just off the southern coast of Iceland, where the waves whisper old secrets and the wind carries the chill of ancient glaciers, a strange event unfolded in November 1963, an eruption from beneath the sea that would, over time, give birth to something entirely new. From the deep seabed, where tectonic plates meet in slow but unrelenting conversation, magma surged upward with quiet fury. At first, the only sign was a plume of smoke and steam on the horizon, visible from fishing boats that knew these waters well. But then, over the days and weeks that followed, black volcanic ash began to rise from the ocean's surface, lifting higher with each passing hour, until it formed a jagged mound that broke the waves and kept growing. What the world was witnessing was not just another volcanic eruption, but the birth of an entirely new island, Surtsey, named after Surtur, the fire giant of Norse mythology. Surtsey emerged not with destruction, but with creation. It is one of the youngest landmasses on Earth, a piece of planet Earth's geological memory captured in real time. As if the Earth had exhaled, and a little breath of land remained above water. Most islands we know are ancient, shaped over eons. But Surtsey is different. It arrived within living memory, and it arrived into protection. Almost immediately, Iceland declared Surtsey off limits to the public. This was not to hide it, but to preserve it, to give science a pure, untouched canvasser, place to observe the processes of nature without human interference. Since its formation, Surtsey has become one of the most carefully guarded natural laboratories in the world. No tourists are allowed, no hikers, no sightseers, no curious wanderers, only a handful of scientists, carefully selected and strictly regulated, have been allowed to set foot on its black sands and newly formed rock. And even then, they step lightly, mindful of every footprint, every crumb of food, every foreign seed that might disturb the quiet experiments unfolding on there. Own this silence, this restraint, is what makes Surtsey so remarkable. It is not just a landmass, but a story one told in slow time, through wind and erosion, through birds and moss, through the tiny creeping tendrils of life finding a way in a place where none should yet be. When Surtsey first emerged, it was barren and lifeless, its surface hot and unstable. Waves pounded against its fragile shorelines, shaping and reshaping the island like an artist molding clay. Yet even in its earliest days, nature began to respond. Seabirds, sensing opportunity, landed on the rocks. They dropped seeds from distant shores, carried in their feathers or bellies. Wind blew spores across the sea, and over time, little by little, the island began to green. Mosses took hold in the cracks, then grasses, then small flowering plants. Eventually, insects arrived, likely blown in by the wind or hitching rides with birds. With each new arrival, Surtsey became more than volcanic rock. It became an ecosystem, an evolving landscape of life writing its first pages. What makes Surtsey so extraordinary is that all of this has happened without human influence. Most ecosystems on Earth have been shaped, disturbed, or altered by our hands, even if unintentionally. But Surtsey stands apart as a baseline, a control group in the great experiment of Earth's ecological journey. It is a reminder of what life looks like when it begins again from zero, when land is new, when soil is not yet soil, and when the rules of nature unfold untouched. For scientists, Surtsey is a living textbook. They study its geology to understand how islands form and evolve. They monitor its plant life to observe succession, the process by which ecosystems establish themselves over time. They watch the bird colonies that now call it home, particularly puffins and gulls, who dig their nests into the soft volcanic soil. They even track the slow infiltration of bacteria and fungi beneath the surface, hidden from view but essential to the process of turning volcanic rock into something that can one day support forests. But what's equally fascinating is the restraint with which Soothes has been treated. In a world where access is often prioritized over preservation, Soothes has been fiercely protected. The law is clear. Only those with research permits, trained in biosafety protocols, may approach. And even then, every visit is treated like a sacred responsibility. Researchers must clean their clothing and equipment thoroughly to prevent contamination. They must pack out every item they bring, including waste. There are no buildings, no roads, no comforts. Just the raw pulse of a young island, growing at its own pace, beneath the wide Icelandic sky. And though it may seem small only about 1.4 square kilometers today, having slowly shrunk from erosion since its peak, its impact is vast. The insights gathered here have influenced how we understand ecological succession, invasive species, volcanic geology, and the delicate balance of untouched nature. For the listener gently drifting toward sleep, Soothes offers a soothing metaphor. The idea that even the harshest environments can give way to quiet life. That even where there was once only fire and ash, soft moss may bloom. That time, given space, can heal and build. And that sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones told not in words, but in wind and silence and the gentle return of birds. The island remains mostly unchanged to the human eye, a dark silhouette against the sea, often shrouded in mist. Its volcanic core cools slowly over decades. Its coastline is still being reshaped by waves, but life continues to spread, undisturbed, quiet, and patient. Occasionally, new species are recorded: tiny beetles, hardy plants, seabirds in greater numbers. Each is a thread in the tapestry of a story that will take centuries to finish. And while we may never walk its shores, in knowing that such a place exists, we're reminded that Earth, even in the modern age, still holds secrets, still creates, still whispers wonders in places beyond our reach. In the grand narrative of time, Soothes is just a moment, but it is a moment captured in purity, a clean page in a well-worn book. And even though its surface changes and its cliffs crumble slowly into the sea, the idea of Soothes remains untouched, that somewhere nature was allowed to begin again, quietly, gracefully, and entirely on its own. North, Brother Island, USA, the island of isolation and forgotten suffering, drifting silently in the East River between the Bronx and Rikers Island, hidden behind a curtain of overgrown trees and tangled vines, lies North, Brother Island, an eerie sliver of land so close to the constant motion of New York City, and yet separated by something far deeper than water. It is a place where the noise of the modern world fades into stillness, and the ruins of forgotten buildings are slowly being reclaimed by nature's patient hand. Once alive with footsteps, whispers, and the clinking of medical trays, this island now hums only with wind, rustling leaves, and the slow crumble of time. The buildings stand empty, their windows broken, doors fallen, roofs caved in. Ivy creeps over red brick, moss fills old hallways, and birds nest in places where hospital beds once held the sick and the suffering. But behind this quiet decay is a story not of ghosts or fright, but of human fragility, of hope and helplessness, of care and containment, and of a city's struggle with the illnesses it could not yet control. North Brother Island began as a quarantine site in the 19th century, chosen for its isolation and proximity to the growing metropolis. At a time when medicine was still learning to understand the invisible world of bacteria and viruses, this island became a fortress of separation. People with smallpox, tuberculosis, typhoid, and other contagious diseases were brought here not always by choice and not always with understanding. Families were torn apart by necessity, not cruelty, and many patients came not knowing if they would ever leave. The most well-known figure associated with this island is Mary Mallon, better remembered by the name the newspapers gave her, Typhoid Mary. A cook by trade, she was believed to be an asymptomatic carrier of typhoid fever in the early 1900s, spreading the illness without falling ill herself. After investigations linked her to multiple outbreaks, she was forcibly quarantined on North Brother Island, where she spent nearly 3 decades in isolation, much of it in solitude. Hers is not a tale of malice, but of misunderstanding, of a time when science struggled to explain the silent carriers of disease, and society responded with caution that sometimes bordered on cruelty. She died here in 1938, her body cremated on the island, her story woven into the island's silent legacy. But Mary Mallon was not alone. Thousands of others passed through these buildings. Some recovered and returned to the city, others did not. The island's riverside hospital, once considered a marvel of medical care, slowly filled with patients, doctors, nurses, and staff, all living in a world apart from the one just across the river. Boats brought supplies, food, and medicine. Staff rotated in and out, but the patients remained, caught between the care they needed and the fear they inspired. In time, as modern medicine advanced and public health improved, the island's role as a quarantine facility diminished. The hospital was closed, its doors locked, and for a time the island stood empty again, abandoned but not forgotten. Then, in the years following World War II, the city attempted to give the island new life, transforming it into housing and a rehabilitation center for war veterans and later, young people struggling with drug addiction. It was a quiet experimental effort to offer healing in a space long associated with isolation. But the program was short-lived, and by the 1960s, the island was fully abandoned once more. Since then, North Brother Island has remained off-limits to the general public. The buildings stand in slow collapse, their staircases sagging, their walls splitting, their paint peeling in long curls like dry leaves. Nature has moved in, trees growing through windows, vines wrapping around steel bed frames, birds nesting. Where patients once slept, the island has become a sanctuary for herons and other wildlife, a rare patch of untouched land in a city of glass and steel. And yet, the stillness holds weight. It holds stories. It holds the unspoken echoes of those who came here not by will, but by necessity. For those listening now, drifting slowly into rest, North Brother Island offers a space to reflect on the quiet moments of history that don't make headlines, but leave marks all the same. It is not a tale of ghosts or fright, but of policy, of public health, of what happens when the fear of illness shapes decisions more than the presence of understanding. The suffering that occurred here was not theatrical, but ordinary, which, in many ways, makes it even more profound. People waited for loved ones who never returned. Others watched the skyline from hospital windows, wondering if they would ever walk those distant streets again. Children grew up here in temporary wards. Nurses offered comfort as best they could. And through it all, the city continued to move, barely noticing the island just beyond its edge. Today, the island is managed by the New York City Department of Parks and Recreation and remains closed to visitors, partly to preserve the delicate ecosystems that have taken root, and partly to protect the crumbling structures from collapse. A few guided expeditions for researchers and journalists have been allowed, but these visits are rare and always undertaken with care. The buildings are unstable, the island is vulnerable, and the stories it holds are quiet, delicate, and waiting not to be disturbed, but to be remembered. There is something profoundly moving in the knowledge that, in the shadow of one of the world's busiest cities, lies a place that has been left alone. A place that was once full of urgent activity, now surrendered to wind and rain and time. And in that surrender is a kind of peace. As sleep draws near, it is easy to imagine the soft lap of water against the island's edges, the rustle of leaves through open windows, the sound of distant traffic muffled by trees. North Brother Island is not trying to be remembered. It does not call out, but it remains, quietly, gently, and in doing so, it reminds us that history does not always need monuments or fanfare. Sometimes it only needs space, stillness, and the grace to be left alone. And in that solitude, it whispers, not in anger, but in remembrance. Petra's closed chambers. Jordan, the tombs no one can enter. In the heart of Jordan's parched desert, nestled within a labyrinth of sandstone cliffs painted in hues of rose and rust, lies the ancient city of Petra Place that feels both impossibly real and dreamlike, as if time carved it not only into stone but into memory itself. Approaching through the narrow passage of the sick, a winding slot canyon flanked by towering cliffs, the world narrows until suddenly, like a secret slowly revealed, Petra's most iconic structure appears, Al-Khazna, or the Treasury, its majestic facade glowing pink in the soft desert light, etched with intricate Hellenistic columns and mysterious iconography. This moment, so often photographed and shared, is just the beginning of Petra's wonders. For beyond this stone curtain lies an entire city once bustling with life, commerce, ritual, and secrets, carved into rock over 2,000 years ago, by the Nabateans, a people as skilled in engineering as they were in subtlety. Petra was not merely a collection of tombs, but a masterpiece of civilization designed to harmonize with its environment. Water flowed through concealed aqueducts and cisterns. Temples stood among market squares, and its location along ancient trade routes made it a thriving hub. But what captures the imagination most is not what we can see in Petra, but what we cannot. For behind the majestic facades lie chambers that remain sealed, tombs that no one has entered, rooms whose silence has lasted centuries. While tourists wander the open tombs and pathways by day, archaeologists and historians alike know that much of Petra still hides beneath layers of stone and silence. The carved faces of tombs hint at deeper interiors, but many have been deemed too unstable, too sacred, or too unexplored to be entered. And thus, Petra remains half-revealed, like a book whose first chapters are known, but whose ending remains locked away. The Nabateans left little in the way of written records. Their language, their rituals, their burial customs, much of it is lost or remains undeciphered. We can only infer, only interpret the clues carved into the soft sandstone. And while some tombs have been explored and catalogued, others sit in still darkness behind doors of rock. behind the weight of time, waiting. Perhaps what makes these closed chambers so quietly haunting is not their inaccessibility, but their restraint. In a world where everything is photographed, scanned, and opened, these spaces defy intrusion. Their silence is preserved. And in that silence is reverence, whether by nature's protection or by conscious preservation, they remain untouched. And so, we are left to wonder what lies beyond those carved doorways. Were they homes for the dead, shrines for rituals, secret gathering places, or perhaps repositories for objects too sacred to expose? The most famous tombs, the royal tombs, the urn tomb, the silk tomb afford only partial answers. Their facades are glorious, but their interiors are often plain, perhaps intentionally, perhaps looted long ago. Still, others remain entirely closed off, not just physically, but intellectually. Their meanings elude us. They hold no plaques, no tour guides, no explanations, just shadows, stone, and silence. For the weary mind preparing for sleep, there is something deeply calming in this incompletion. Petra, like a softly told story with missing pages, invites curiosity without urgency. It whispers rather than shouts. It reveals just enough to spark wonder, then retreats behind stone. To stand at the edge of one of these closed chambers is to look not into emptiness, but into mysterious space, where imagination must step in, gently, respectfully, and quietly. Perhaps these sealed rooms are not forgotten, but remembered, differently kept, intact by choice, either by ancient caretakers or by time itself, which has a way of protecting its most delicate moments. Some chambers are inaccessible due to natural collapse sandstone, for all its beauty is soft and slowly erodes. Others are protected by the Jordanian Department of Antiquities, which seeks to balance preservation with access. And some may simply be waiting for technology gentle enough, curiosity humble enough, and hands respectful enough to enter without disturbing what lies within. There is also a cultural stillness in Petra that asks us not to rush. The Bedouins who long called this land home and still guide many visitors through its canyons and tombs speak of Petra with affection, not possession. To them, it is not just a tourist destination, but a living heritage, one that does not belong to the moment, but to time itself. They tell stories passed down through generations, some grounded in history, others softly wrapped in legend, and it is perhaps through their quiet reverence that Petra reveals its most important truth, that some things are not meant to be fully known. Some things are sacred in their secrecy. As twilight settles over Petra, the sunlight shifts and the stone glows deeper, warmer, almost ember-like. The canyons cast long shadows, the tourists depart, and for a few hours each evening, the city returns to its own rhythm of wind, of shifting sand, of unseen echoes. In those hours, the closed chambers are just part of the silence. Their doors remain shut, their contents untouched, their meanings unspoken. And in that stillness, Petra continues to breathe an ancient, undisturbed, whole. The desert does not rush, and neither does Petra. It is a place that waits not for discovery, but for understanding. And perhaps one day, in the soft unfolding of time, some of these doors will open, perhaps not. Either way, their presence is enough. Just knowing they exist invites us to slow down, to sit with mystery, and to accept that not all knowledge is meant to be immediate. For those now gently drifting into sleep, Petra offers a kind of comfort rare in a noisy world. It reminds us that it is okay not to know. It is okay to wonder. It is okay to rest in the in-between. Behind every carved doorway, every shadowed entrance is not just an absence, but a possibility, and possibilities are soft places to dream. In the end, Petra's closed chambers are more than sealed tombs. They are invitations, not to enter, but to listen, not to uncover, but to feel, not to rush, but to wait. And in that waiting, in that quiet imagining, we find a place not just carved in stone, but carved in our hearts, a place where ancient hands shaped mystery not to confuse, but to comfort. A place where the unseen is not frightening, but sacred. A place where silence speaks softly to those willing to hear. Granite Mountain Records, Vault, Utah, the backup of humanity, nestled within the cold, silent rock of the Wasatch Mountains in Utah, lies a place that few have ever entered, and even fewer truly understand a facility that is not a fortress of war, not a bank of gold, nor a prison of secrets, but something more unusual, more quiet, and somehow more profound, a vast underground archive of human memory, known officially as the Granite Mountain Records Vault. This facility is carved nearly 700 feet into solid granite behind massive blast doors, sealed against natural disasters, technological failures, and the slow but certain erosion of time. It is not visible from the road, and even from the air. The mountain looks no different from others that surround it, standing in peaceful silence under Utah's bright skies. But within, in endless rows of temperature-controlled vaults, sit over 3.5 billion pages of genealogical records, marriages, deaths, family trees, immigration logs, census reports, meticulously preserved on microfilm and digital files. These are not state secrets or political archives. These are personal stories, lineages of ordinary people from across continents and centuries, stored with such care that it almost feels like reverence. The vault is owned and operated by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, whose deep respect for family history stems from religious doctrine, but whose preservation efforts have quietly become one of the largest humanitarian archiving projects in modern history. The idea behind the vault is both simple and monumental, that every human life matters, that every story deserves to be remembered, and that by preserving the names and details of our ancestors, we offer future generations a bridge to where they came from. It's not about fame or glory or tragedy, but about connection. A mother born in a quiet village, a father who crossed an ocean, a child who lived only a day. Together, these fragments form the mosaic of humanity, and here, under the stone, they rest. But why bury such vast memory inside a mountain? The answer lies in both practicality and symbolism. Mountains offer natural protection from the elements, from war, from decay. They are stable, unmoving, and ageless in human terms. Within the mountain, the air is cool and dry, the temperature steady, the silence uninterrupted. In this environment, microfilm can last for hundreds of years. And yet, beyond the technical reasons, there is something poetic about it. It's as though we've placed our shared human memory into the earth itself, giving it back to something older and stronger than us. We are fragile. Our devices fail, fires burn, floods wash away, paper and digital files alike. But stone endures. And in that endurance, perhaps, we find peace. Walking mentally through this vault, even though most of us never will, in person feels strangely comforting. You might picture long corridors lit in soft light, where drawer after drawer is filled with film reels, neatly labeled organized by region, by language, by decade. No sound but your own breath and the gentle hum of preservation systems. The deeper you imagine walking, the more you feel the weight of what lies here, not as a burden, but as presence. Each reel, each file is a life, a soul. Someone who laughed, cried, worried, hoped. Someone who may have thought no one would remember them. But here they are, still existing, still recorded, not famous, not powerful, just remembered. The process of collecting these records spans centuries. Volunteers and archivists have traveled to tiny churches in remote villages, to dusty halls in forgotten towns, to national archives in major capitals, scanning, photographing, indexing. Many of these records come from times and places where survival itself was uncertain. Wars broke out, governments collapsed, borders shifted. And yet, someone wrote a name in a book. Someone lit a candle in a room and recorded the birth of a child, the marriage of two farmers, the passing of a parent. Now, long after that candle went out, the record remains in Utah, under granite, untouched by sunlight, patiently waiting. What's even more remarkable is that the data is not hoarded. Much of it has been made available for free through online platforms such as FamilySearch.org, helping millions around the world trace their roots, reconnect with lost branches of their family tree, or simply discover the names of those who came before them. But the vault itself, the physical heart of it, all remains closed to nearly everyone. Few are allowed inside, and those who are step quietly, knowing they're entering a space of memory, not machinery. There are no tour groups, no souvenir shops, no fanfare, just stillness, data, and time. Some find the idea of such a vault unsettling. What if it's too much knowledge, too much information stored by one organization? But the reality is gentler. This is not a vault of control, but of care. Its contents are not secret, but sacred. And while motivations may be spiritual for some, for others they are simply human. The desire to not be forgotten, to belong to something longer than a lifespan, to be found, even centuries later, by a descendant with questions. Imagine a child in the future, unsure of who they are, finding a name, your name in a record, finding the town where you were born, seeing the date you first walked this earth. That simple piece of information might offer them something more profound than answers. It might offer a sense of place. The vault reminds us that history isn't only about empires, wars, and discoveries. It's about people, quiet, ordinary people. And in the quietness of this mountain, we see the beauty in that ordinariness. As you drift towards sleep, let the image of the Granite Mountain Records vault rest in your mind like a deep, place where millions of voices are not loud, but softly preserved. A place that expects no recognition, that makes no demands, but offers a gift, continuity. In a world that often forgets quickly, here is a space that forgets nothing. A space that quietly insists that you, your parents, your grandparents, your great-grandparents, they mattered. Even if their names are rarely spoken, even if their faces are lost to time, they are here. Not in marble statues or heroic tales, but in microfilm drawers and digital scans. And perhaps that is more honest, more lasting, more human. The vault is not complete. Records are still being added, digitized, restored. The work continues, often unnoticed, like a quiet stream beneath a forest. Volunteers around the world still index new names, transcribe old documents, connect branches that have long been separated. The project will likely never finish, and maybe that's the point. Humanity does not stop. Our stories continue, and with each generation, we add more threads to the great tapestry. Somewhere beneath the mountain, those threads are stored not to be hoarded, but to be handed forward, to be kept safe until someone, perhaps long after we are gone, is ready to look back. In that way, the granite mountain vault becomes more than a physical space. It becomes an idea, promise, even that memory can outlast loss, that identity can survive forgetting, that even in a world moving faster than ever, there are still places where stillness is sacred, and history is held not for profit, but for peace. As the night deepens and thoughts slow, let that be your final image before rest, a mountain full of stories, breathing gently in silence, holding the weight of generations not with burden, but with grace. The doomsday vaults of Switzerland, where time is buried, in the hushed silence of the Swiss Alps, beneath the beauty of snow-draped peaks and meadows that sway in the wind like whispers from the earth, lies a series of fortified vaults not marked by fanfare, not open to the casual eye, but carved with care and discretion into ancient rock-hidden repositories that many never speak of, yet whose very purpose is to hold the fragile continuity of civilization. These are the doomsday vaults of Switzerland, not just one location, but a network of deep underground sanctuaries designed to store more than seeds, more than supplies. Here, beneath layers of granite and reinforced steel, are some of the most securely preserved records of humanity's intellectual, political, financial, and existential history determines that go far beyond survival kits or emergency blueprints. They hold treaties written in tense rooms during moments of global fear. They protect financial data tied to generations of commerce and trade. They house scientific breakthroughs and technological blueprints that could one day rebuild entire societies. And somewhere within, quietly resting, may be answers to nuclear dilemmas, or coded evidence of secrets never revealed to the public. Unlike the more famous Svalbard seed vault in Norway, which draws media attention for safeguarding the genetic future of food, Switzerland's subterranean archives are cloaked in a deeper kind of privacy, supported by the country's long-standing tradition of neutrality, discretion, and stability. These vaults are not part of tourist brochures or official registries. Many are owned by private banks, government entities, or neutral international bodies. Some are designed to protect national security interests. Others aim to safeguard culture, art, and law, but all share one unifying principle: preservation without exposure. As you imagine these spaces, let your thoughts descend slowly through the misty alpine air, through layers of history and earth until you arrive at a chamber, so quiet that your heartbeat feels like a visitor. The air is dry, the temperature tightly controlled, the walls lined not with decorations, but with silence. There are no windows, no clocks, only rows of climate-sealed storage units, each carefully labeled, each quietly carrying something irreplaceable. Documents sealed in inert gas chambers to prevent decay. Digital servers shielded against electromagnetic pulses. Microfilm reels holding centuries of legal rulings and cultural archives. Even physical artifacts, currency, ancient records are stored here. Not for study or display, but for safekeeping, in the event that one day the world must remember what it once knew. These vaults represent a kind of humilitia recognition, that civilization is not guaranteed, and that knowledge, unlike mountains, can be lost unless guarded carefully. There is something strangely comforting in this, the idea that someone, somewhere, thought to protect the wisdom of humanity, not in glass towers or public libraries, but in caves of stone, quiet and calm, like nature's own filing cabinets. Switzerland, with its deep valleys and geological stability, offers the perfect environment for this kind of protection. The nation's policy of neutrality throughout global conflicts has allowed it to become a quiet steward of things other nations might have feared to lose. In fact, some of the earliest Cold War revolts in Switzerland were built not just to survive war, but to outlast it, to preserve what war might destroy. At the height of nuclear tensions, certain vaults were designed to survive direct attacks, with systems that could sustain air, power, and security for weeks or months. But what lies inside now is not just about the end of the world, it's about continuity, about what comes after. Some vaults are built into old military bunkers, now converted to storage. Others are entirely private, known only to specific trusts or banks. A few, rarely spoken of publicly, are rumored to contain data on global financial movements, encrypted archives of geopolitical strategies, or the backups of institutions that operate quietly behind the visible world stage. Whether all of these rumors are true or not doesn't matter. What matters is that such places exist, and that they remind us how fragile the surface of knowledge can be. These vaults hold a mirror to humanity's quiet anxieties, not paranoia, but care, a recognition that war, disaster, or even the slow erosion of civilization through time could wipe away hard-won understanding. And so, the vaults exist as a kind of time capsule, not of nostalgia, but of resilience. There are also doomsday vaults built for culture, to preserve great works of literature, music scores, films, and religious texts. Some of these efforts are public, like the Arctic World Archive in Norway, which also stores data for preservation. But in Switzerland, the versions are quieter, less known, and more shrouded in anonymity. A symphony written centuries ago, stored beside modern software, code, a treaty that defined borders, archived alongside a digital library of human rights legislation. These may sit together, unrelated in subject, but deeply connected in purpose, to remind the future of what the past tried to become. Some vaults are built into high-security facilities where biometric access is required. Others use multiple fail-safe systems, combining physical keys, timed releases, and human supervision. Their very design resists sudden intrusion, not through violence, but through complexity. And yet, they are not cold places. They are quiet places. They echo not with noise, but with meaning. And as you rest now, letting your mind slowly drift into the realm between thought and sleep, picture these vaults as resting chambers of memory, wrapped in stone, unmoving. The Swiss Alps have long stood as symbols of constancy in a world that changes too fast. These vaults, buried within them, serve as anchors to identity, not just for a nation, but for humanity. They ask nothing of us in return. They simply keep watch. There's something profound in knowing that even if the world above forgets, if systems fail, if servers crash, somewhere in the mountains, a record remains. A name, a story, a map, a solution, a truth. Protected not for power, but for peace. And perhaps, one day, someone will walk into those vaults not in fear, but in hope. Not to escape ruin, but to rebuild. Not to claim secrets, but to remember who we were. The doomsday vaults of Switzerland don't try to predict how things might end. Instead, they offer a soft, sturdy promise that even in the darkest hour, memory will wait. In the stillness of the mountain, where time slows and sound retreats, we are reminded that sometimes the most powerful safeguard is silence. And in that silence, stories sleep, ready for the day they are needed once more. Ulula tombs, Saudi Arabia, like Petra, but with no visitors. Beneath the golden sun of the Arabian Peninsula, tucked among sandstone cliffs and timeless desert winds, rests one of the most mysterious and awe-inspiring landscapes on Earth. Land carved not by nature alone, but by ancient hands who once lived and breathed where now only silence reigns. This is Ulula, a region in northwestern Saudi Arabia that stretches across an arid and majestic basin, a place where time feels paused, where history rests in the open, visible but unspoken, like a book written in stone with no reader to turn its pages. Unlike the more famous Petra in Jordan, whose rose-red facades attract countless visitors each year, Ulula's tombs remained largely untouched by modern tourism until very recently, hidden in plain sight, protected by geography, politics, and perhaps something deeper, stillness that seemed to ask the world to wait before approaching. And so it did. For centuries, Ulula stood quiet, its towering monuments carved into the cliffs by the Nabateans, the same ancient civilization that built Petra, weathering time with patience, not fading, but waiting. The tombs here are striking in their symmetry, their facades adorned with triangular motifs, simple yet profound, as if communicating through geometry rather than words. They are carved not into mountains, but into memories of a world long gone. Some rise 4 stories tall, crowned with cornices and sculpted columns. Others stand humbler, modest, worn smooth by sand and sun. Yet all whisper the same quiet question: who were the people who built this, and why did they disappear? As you drift through this story, imagine walking gently through Ulula's silent corridors, no glass, no ropes, no barriers, just desert, wind and stone. The sand crunches softly beneath your feet. The air is warm, dry, and still. The landscape stretches endlessly, ochre and gold, the tombs rising like echoes from a civilization that left no written explanation behind. Inside some of the tombs, empty chambers open into darkness, their smooth walls reflecting faint light, the scent of ancient dust hanging in the air. There are no treasures, no skeletons, no voices, just space, just form. The beauty of absence. These tombs, dating back over 2,000 years, belong to a city once called Hegror, Madan Soli in Arabic, named in religious texts but long avoided, surrounded by superstitions that echoed through generations. It was the southern outpost of the Nabatean kingdom, flourishing during the 1st century BCE to the 1st century CE. The people who built this had mastered water management in a land that knew almost none, using ingenious systems of wells, cisterns, and stone-lined canals. Their architecture was both art and adaptation, born from the desert, made for the desert, and yet they vanished. As with Petra, the decline of the Nabateans remains partially shrouded in mystery folded into the broader sweep of Roman conquest, trade route changes, and perhaps natural disaster. But unlike Petra, which was absorbed into narratives of tourism and cinema, Ulula remained on the edge of the world's awareness, quietly resisting interpretation. Until recently, the tombs were off limits to most. Only in the past few decades did archaeologists begin to explore and restore what had been slumbering in sand. And only in the past few years did Saudi Arabia open Ulula to international visitors, unveiling it as a centerpiece in the country's vision of cultural tourism and heritage revival. But even now, the crowds are thin, the pathways quiet. It is a place where silence still lingers, where mystery has not yet been explained away by signs and ticket booths. As you imagine this scene, you may picture sunlight pouring down into a narrow canyon, casting long shadows across the stone. You may see a single palm tree leaning gently near a carved tomb entrance, or a soft breeze swirling sand into patterns. Older than language, these tombs were not merely burial chambers. They were declarations about life, about legacy, about the desire to be remembered. The inscriptions, though few, bear names written in Nabatean script, but most of what they say is left unsaid. The silence becomes a second architecture, one built not of stone, but of time. Nearby, the ancient city of Daedon, even older than Hegra, speaks of kings and statues, of lions carved into rock, guarding graves of those once mighty. The region, it turns out, was once a crossroads of civilizations, traders, poets, pilgrims, passing through, leaving traces behind in petroglyphs and pathways, in weather-worn ruins and forgotten trails. But what makes Alula unique is not only its antiquity, but its solitude. For much of the modern era, it was known more for its inaccessibility than its splendor. Now it begins to awaken. But even in this awakening, it retains a dreamlike quality as though it hasn't yet fully returned to the world. Even now, parts remain restricted. Much is still being studied, mapped, preserved, and perhaps that's for the best. Places like Alula deserve to be approached gently, not as attractions to be consumed, but as mysteries to be respected. As you rest your eyes and listen with your imagination, let your thoughts wander over sun-warmed stone and ancient facades. Hear nothing but wind and your own quiet breath. Alula is not loud. It does not ask for attention. It invites stillness. It invites wonder. It teaches that beauty can be enduring even when unseen, and that memory can live in rock, long after people forget the stories it holds. In the end, Alula is not only about what was built, it's about what remains, and what remains is not decay, but presence. The presence of time, of intention, of the silent artistry of a people whose names we do not know, but whose hands shaped monuments that still hold the sky. Beneath every carved ledge, behind every tomb entrance, there is a story that has not been told, and perhaps it never will be, because Alula doesn't offer answers, it offers presence. And that may be more powerful. In a world that often rushes to explain, to monetize, to package and move on, Alula stands like a breath held in the chest of the earth, long and steady, reminding us that mystery is not always meant to be solved. Sometimes it is meant to be sat with, to be walked through, to be honored, not opened. Let that be your final image as you drift off stone turned golden by fading sun, shadows stretching long, and the desert breathing slowly over tombs that wait not for discovery, but for understanding. Alula does not need to shout to be remembered. It simply exists, and in its quiet existence, it speaks. Metro to Moscow, a shadow train beneath the capital, beneath the bustling streets and grand architecture of Moscow, where golden domes reflect centuries of power and winter winds echo down wide boulevards, there is said to be another city, one that does not appear on any tourist map, whose entrances are hidden behind steel doors and government silence, and whose tunnels may still hum with movement long after the last commuter has gone home. This is the whispered legend of Metroto, a shadow train system built beneath the capital of Russia, an invisible twin to the world-renowned Moscow Metro that dazzles with marble stations and Soviet mosaics above. But unlike the ornate public, Metro 2 is said to be utilitarian, stark, and invisible, designed not for citizens, but for continuity. As you relax into this story, allow your thoughts to drift down below street level, past the official metro lines, beyond the bustling platforms and polished stone. Imagine instead a tunnel, unlit, quiet, lined with concrete and secrecy. Its air stale but clean, as if preserved for decades. This secret system is said to have been commissioned during the Cold War, a time when the balance of global power felt like it could tip with a whisper or a misstep. In that atmosphere of deep uncertainty, where every government prepared not only to act but to survive, Metro 2 may have been conceived as an escape route for the most powerful and underground thread, connecting the Kremlin with strategic bunkers, command centers, and secure locations on the city's edge. Some reports, unconfirmed but persistent, suggest it stretches as far as Vnukovo Airport or to secret installations in the Moscow countryside. Officially, there is no acknowledgement of Metro 2's existence. Russian authorities neither confirm nor deny, choosing instead a policy of silence that only deepens the mystery. But throughout the years, bits and pieces have surfaced. During construction booms, workers have claimed to stumble upon unexpected tunnels sealed behind reinforced walls. Defectors have spoken of deep routes reserved for military and political elite. Satellite images show curious alignments and reinforced shafts where no public infrastructure exists. Even during the 1990s, a Russian journalist known as the Digger described being detained after venturing too far into the system's suspected reaches. And yet, no definitive proof has ever surfaced, only rumors, redacted documents, and the eerie feeling that Moscow's surface is only part of the story. For those who believe, Metro 2 is not just a transportation system, but an infrastructure of control, a way to ensure that in any crisis, power can move undisturbed, unseen. It is said to be deeper than the public metro, perhaps twice as deep, running through multiple levels, protected by blast doors, surveillance, and military protocols. Some believe it connects to underground bunkers, like the famed Ramenki facility, reputed to hold enough space for tens of thousands of people in a national emergency. These are not luxury retreats. They are hardened spaces of continuity, stocked with air filtration, power generators, and walls thick enough to hold back not just the weight of the earth, but the fear of annihilation. Yet despite its secretive design, there is something poetic in the idea of a shadow train running beneath a city, a parallel world of motion beneath motion. One invisible and silent, carrying not people but purpose. As you settle into this thought, imagine the train itself, old but smooth, gliding quietly through the dark. There are no passengers except possibility. No stations with names, only coded waypoints. No announcements, just a steady rhythm in the rails. A hum you cannot hear, but that still moves. The question remains, does Metro 2 still operate today? Or was it a relic of another era, sealed and forgotten like a ghost system beneath modern Moscow? Some say it's been decommissioned, the entrances sealed, the rails rusting quietly. Others believe it's still active, maintained by a special division, its routes updated for new emergencies. Perhaps it was expanded, digitized, made smarter, or perhaps it's now little more than a myth that persists because it speaks to a truth deeper than documentation, the idea that power always prepares an exit, that governments build not just for show, but for shadow. The existence of Metro 2 has never been confirmed, And that may be exactly how it was meant to be, because its strength lies in uncertainty, in the knowledge that if it exists, it cannot be touched. If it doesn't, it still shapes policy through the possibility. Even in planning, it changes the architecture of power. To the casual visitor walking Red Square, there is no sign of this silent twin. The world above bustles with color, ceremony, and life. But beneath the granite and concrete may lie tracks that only a few have ever seen. This is not science fiction. In many countries, similar systems are known to exist. Washington, D.C. has rumored tunnels. Beijing has protective underground layers. But none seem quite so entwined with national mythology as Metro 2. It has become more than a tunnel. It is a symbol of how much we don't see beneath the structures we trust. It represents that quiet instinct in leadership to prepare, to plan for the moment when silence matters more than speed. And yet, in imagining Metro 2, we are also reminded of the deep human desire to know what lies beneath, what is hidden, what is protected, what is moving under our feet while we stand still. As your breath softens and your thoughts begin to drift, let yourself descend into the idea of an underground that is not cold, but composed, not haunted, but held. Let the steady motion of the imagined train become a rhythm in your rest. Steel gliding over steel, a gentle hum in the dark. The knowledge that someone once built something not to be seen, but to be ready. Metro 2 may be real, or it may be myth. But in either case, it carries meaning. It shows us that history is not always above ground, that cities have layers, and that sometimes the most important paths are the ones no one talks about. Somewhere beneath Moscow, there may still be doors that lead to nowhere or everywhere. Quiet tunnels, sealed for decades, or alive with quiet passage. You may never know, and perhaps you're not meant to, because mystery, like a train with no map, moves best in silence. Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion, Ethiopia, the Ark's final resting place. In the highlands of northern Ethiopia, where mountains roll like ancient waves frozen in time, and where the sky opens wide above fields of amber grass, there stands a church that appears simple, humble, even unassuming at first glance, modest structure made of stone, sitting quietly in the sacred city of Aksum. But this church, known as the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion, carries with it one of the most enduring and whispered mysteries in human history. The belief that hidden within its inner sanctum lies the Ark of the Covenant, the sacred chest that once held the stone tablets inscribed with the 10 Commandments given to Moses. The Ark, according to ancient texts and legends, was crafted of acacia wood and overlaid with gold, a holy vessel so powerful that merely touching it could bring ruin. For centuries, its location has been the subject of speculation, imagination, and sacred yearning. But in Aksum, the story is told not with theory, but with quiet certainty. They do not debate whether the Ark is there. They simply do not let you see it, and so begins a mystery rooted not in spectacle, but in silence. As you listen, allow your thoughts to gently settle among the hills of Ethiopia, where time feels layered and soft, where the ancient past feels not like history, but like a shadow that never left. The Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion is not a place that seeks the attention of the world. It does not boast grand tours, nor open its doors for casual entry. It is guarded not by walls or weapons, but by something far older tradition. And within its grounds, behind layers of locked gates and sacred boundaries, there is a small, separate chapel. This is where the Ark is said to rest. Only one man is allowed inside, a single guardian monk appointed for life, who devotes himself entirely to the care and protection of what lies within. He does not leave. He does not speak to outsiders. He prays, watches, and serves. And when he dies, another is chosen in his place, continuing the chain of silence that stretches back through time like a whispered promise. There are no photos, no scans, no public relics, just faith, devotion, and mystery. As you ease deeper into this tale, imagine the soft Ethiopian breeze rustling through olive trees nearby, the sun casting long shadows across worn stone paths, and the stillness of a place that has never needed to prove itself. The people of Aksum do not clamor for global recognition. To them, the Ark has always been here brought, as their legends tell, by Mentalik I, the son of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, according to the Kebra Nagast, an ancient Ethiopian chronicle written in the 14th century but based on far older oral traditions. Menelik traveled to Jerusalem, was received with honor, and returned to Ethiopia with the Ark, either with Solomon's blessing or by divine intervention. The story tells of angels escorting the Ark's journey, of divine will transferring the holiest artifact from one kingdom to another, not in theft but in destiny. Whether taken literally or as sacred allegory, the tale is deeply woven into Ethiopian identity, resting not only in books, but in the rhythm of rituals, in the architecture of churches, in the hearts of those who have lived their entire lives in its shadow. Even emperors of Ethiopia traced their lineage back to Solomon, grounding their rule in the mythic and sacred authority of the Ark's presence. During coronations, it is said that replicas of the Ark called tablets are used in religious processions, but the true Ark remains unseen, completely and entirely. Even during times of war, the chapel has never been opened to outsiders. Even during modern political transitions, its doors remained closed. In 2020, when conflict reached the region and concerns grew over the safety of religious artifacts, there were rumors, fears, and prayers, but no revelation. The guardian monk never left. The chapel remained sealed. Silence endured. For many, this makes the legend even more powerful, because in a world where everything is photographed, scanned, measured, and displayed, the idea that something this sacred could remain hidden not for a decade or a century, but possibly for over 2,000 years, is a mystery that resists modern logic. It feels impossible, and yet there it stands. The quiet church, the closed chapel, the watchful guardian, and a belief that has never wavered. As your mind drifts gently across this story, consider the nature of mystery itself. Not all puzzles are meant to be solved. Not all truths need to be proven. Sometimes mystery is a space we hold, not a gap we fill. The story of the Ark in Ethiopia is not about spectacle, it is about reverence. It is about the kind of sacredness that does not shout or shine, but whispers and waits. It is about the discipline of tradition, the strength of belief, and the serenity of things left untouched. Some scholars and skeptics suggest the Ark was destroyed long ago, lost in Babylonian conquest or disassembled over centuries. Others think it never left Jerusalem. But the people of Aksum do not argue. They simply keep watch. Over the years, a few outsiders have been allowed to stand near the chapel, never to enter, only to observe the structure from outside. Some report a strong sense of presence. Others feel nothing. There is no way to know what lies inside. The walls do not reveal their secrets. The guardian does not speak. And so the question lingers like incense in a quiet room. Could the Ark truly be there? Could the most legendary object in Judeo-Christian history sit just meters away from ordinary life in this quiet Ethiopian town? The longer you sit with the question, the less urgent the answer becomes. Because mystery, like faith, is not about conclusion. It is about relationship, about how we hold the unknown, about what it awakens in us. The Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion does not demand belief. It does not issue statements or host debates. It simply exists, silent, steady, sacred, and in that silence lies its power. As your breath slows and your thoughts soften, imagine the chapel at dusk, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. The shadows grow long. A monk walks slowly along the path, robes flowing, eyes cast down. He carries no weapon, only time. Inside the chapel, it is dark. Still, there are no lights, no cameras, only air, and if the legend is true, an ancient object, resting quietly in its final home, untouched for generations. It is not a place of fear, but of devotion, not a vault, but a sanctuary. And perhaps that is the most remarkable part of all. Not whether the ark is there, but that a people have kept watch for centuries, without break, without doubt, without the need for proof. They have held space for something sacred, not for the world's applause, but for its own sake. In a time when every secret seems destined to be uncovered, when mystery is often seen as a failure to investigate hard enough, Argsum reminds us that not all knowledge must be unlocked. Some truths live better in stillness. Some stories are more powerful when left unfinished. Let that be the final thought that carries you into rest. The image of a quiet church in the highlands of Ethiopia, guarded by silence, honored by centuries, holding within it either the greatest treasure of religious history or the even greater treasure of unwavering faith. The ark may or may not be there, but the mystery is real. And in that mystery, the world breathes a little deeper. Chernobyl reactor room, for the pulse of disaster still lives, in the quiet forests of northern Ukraine, where time seems to move at its own pace, and where nature has gently reclaimed what human hands once shaped, lies a place that few have seen with their own eyes, and fewer still will ever truly understand. It is not just a ruin, not just a symbol of a disaster now decades past, but a location suspended in stillness, in memory, and in risk. This is Reactor Room 4 of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, an enclosed chamber that changed history without ever moving, without ever making a sound the world could hear until it did. And now, all these years later, though the plant itself stands empty, rusting and decommissioned, though visitors come in protective suits to walk the silent city of Pripyat, and though the winds of time have scattered the dust of 1986 across 3 generations, room for remains, sealed, untouched, unforgotten. As you gently ease into this story, allow the noise of the world to fade, replaced by the echo of slow footsteps on concrete, the creak of old metal, the hush of distant leaves, brushing against broken windows. Imagine descending into the bowels of a facility built not to fail, guided by the soft glow of filtered sunlight and the silent presence of the past. For it is here, beneath layers of steel and containment, that the remnants of Reactor 4's core still rest, shielded, entombed, yet not asleep. The Chernobyl disaster of April 26, 1986, is often described with statistics: the megatons of radioactive material, the exclusion zone radius, the half-lives of isotopes. But these numbers cannot capture the human weight of what occurred, nor do they tell of the room itself, the reactor hall where a test went wrong, where operators made irreversible choices, where the core exploded and released not just energy, but something far harder to contain: uncertainty. Reactor Room 4 was designed to generate power, not terror. It was built as part of the RBMK reactor design, a Soviet-era innovation that promised efficiency but harbored flaws not yet fully grasped. And in that early morning hour, when control rods were withdrawn too far, when systems were disabled in pursuit of a safety experiment, and when design met error in a collision of fates, the reactor core erupted with a force that cracked concrete, launched the upper reactor shield into the sky, and exposed the room to the raw, invisible fury of uncontrolled fission. In that moment, the room became something else, not just a space within a plant, but a living wound. Today, Reactor Room 4 is no longer active, yet its danger remains. The elephant's foot, a mass of molten uranium, graphite, and sand that formed beneath the reactor after the meltdown, still exists deep within the ruins, less radioactive than it once was, but still too dangerous for prolonged human contact. Even today, entering Room 4 without extreme protection is not only discouraged, it is impossible. The levels of radiation remain, in parts, fatally high. No tour goes that far. No camera lingers too long. And yet, engineers still monitor. Robotic systems still scan. Because even though the core has cooled, its presence continues silent, inert, but not benign. The room was once a place of purpose where technicians managed nuclear fission to power homes, schools, and factories. Now, it is a chamber of memory, a reminder. It is wrapped in layers of sarcophagus and shielding. The first enclosure, hastily constructed after the disaster, was later replaced by a vast, gleaming archistructure designed not only to contain the radiation, but to contain the fear, the unknowing, the possibility that the pulse of the disaster might stir again. And yet, beneath that shield, Room 4 has not changed. Its walls are still scorched. Its instruments are still twisted. Its essence is still potent, but not in the way of thrill or panic. No, the room now carries a different kind of energy, a quiet, sobering stillness. As your thoughts settle further into this place, picture the textures of the space, cracked tiles on the floor, walls stained with decades of time and radiation, fragments of once precise machinery frozen mid-function, like a thought interrupted. The silence here is not peaceful, but it is profound, a kind of respectful hush, because what remains in Room 4 is not just contamination, it is consequence. Decisions, delayed warnings, flawed assumptions, all gathered in a single room that now stands as the quiet beating heart of a story the world still tries to understand. And yet, Chernobyl is no longer a ghost town. Outside the reactor, the city of Pripyat sleeps in rust and overgrowth. Yes, but life has returned in strange ways. Trees grow through apartment blocks. Wild animals roam freely, unconcerned with borders drawn by human fear. Birds nest in the metal arms of old amusement rides. The exclusion zone breathes again, not with people, but with possibility. Scientists study it. Artists photograph it. Curiosity draws the brave and the careful. But Room 4 is different. It does not invite you. It does not change. It remains closed not as punishment, but as reverence. A line drawn not by fences, but by respect, not because the room is malevolent, but because it reminds us how fine the line is between ambition and humility. There is something deeply human in our attempt to reach beyond ourselves to harness power, to solve complexity, to build systems that serve our vision of the future. But Room 4 shows us that when we move too quickly, when we override caution, with pride, even a room designed for energy can become a chamber of reckoning. And yet, as you rest within this story, let it not be one of fear. Let it be a meditation on silence, on limits, on memory, because even in its danger, Room 4 holds value. It is studied, understood, learned from. It teaches engineers, historians, governments. It is part of how we now design for safety, part of how we measure humility in progress. And it remains not in hatred or denial, but in understanding. The pulse of the disaster still lives, yes, but in rhythms we now read differently, not as terror, but as caution, not as shadow, but as a boundary lit gently from within. The very fact that Reactor Room 4 is still sealed, still too dangerous, still treated with care, is a kind of reverence for knowledge earned the hard way. As you drift deeper into rest, imagine the corridor that leads to the sealed entrance. Dust hangs in the filtered air. The lighting is soft, artificial, powered by distant systems. Somewhere, a Geiger counter ticks, and then silence. The thick walls of Room 4 rise before you, not inviting, not rejecting, just existing, like a thought that must never be forgotten. It is not haunted, it is not evil. It is a place where humans tried, failed, and then learned. And in that learning, the room found a second life, not in energy, but in memory, in discipline, in design. You may never enter it. Most never will, but that is not the point. The room does not need an audience. It exists as a quiet reminder, humming faintly beneath steel and history, that every act of creation must come with care, and every power we harness must be held in balance. In the end, the room is not about death, but about decisions, and the silence it holds is not an absence, but a lesson. Let it echo softly now, like the hum of a buried system, like the breath of a world still watching. Let the thought of it guide you gently into sleep, wrapped not in fear, but in thoughtfulness. The story of Chernobyl is not over, but in Reactor Room 4, the most important chapter may already be written, and it reads not like a warning, but like a whisper.